All right. I think we have a couple folks that are still walking in. I'm going to go ahead and start it up, but really I'm just here to give an introduction so you won't miss anything for a few minutes content-wise. Just want to say good morning. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to be a part of the working session today. I want to make sure that I am explaining what we're endeavoring to do today. If you recall, back in June of 2022, sounds like a lifetime ago now, we had a board retreat offsite. We had it at Tri-C Corporate College. Shout out to Tri-C. We appreciate them for hosting us. It's streamed, so you got to kind of work in the advertisement. But we had that with the board, and it was great because we were able to meet in person. We were able to really walk through some things. Since that time, we've had a little bit of change in leadership on our side with a couple positions, just as far as leadership and vision and change. We also asked the board at that time, some of you were new, some of you were new-ish, and some of you are seasoned. It's always a good mix with the 9 or 10 of you in session. And at the end of that retreat, I asked the board via Teresa, are you interested in kind of reconvening to be able to go through things at the top of the year? And the answer was yes. So that leads us to where we are now. So this is really just a high-level opportunity for us to look at some key topics that will come up in front of the board later on this year, projects. I think we call that project updates on the reverse of your agenda here. But also an opportunity for us on the management side to provide to you just housekeeping items, go over things like budget, travel, P-card usage, ethics and administration, just to have a refresher. I know that when I sit on different boards, it's helpful for me to have a refresher at the start of the year, especially just to gather my thoughts and recalibrate on how I want to function within the board. So this is really us trying to provide a high-level footprint of our work for the coming year, and also the administrative kind of housekeeping items so that we're all on the same page going forward for 2023. We will start out with a crisis communications training. This is very much akin to what we did with our own internal team just a few weeks, months ago. I want to say we had somewhere around 75 plus individuals that went through that training, different levels of management, had a really good opportunity to understand how to navigate the media under pressure. And that pressure does not get alleviated with the board. It probably increases. So we want to make sure that we have that opportunity to kind of talk about those items, especially as we're in the middle of winter. You never know what happens with service. We've been through this before, and also with all of the changes going on in the city and greater Cleveland, when I say city, politically, county, and beyond. We want to make sure that we're all on the same page on how to address media. So we'll start in with that. After that, you'll see a quick deviation over to the ethics and administrative. That will be handled by our internal staff through procurement, finance, and also legal. And then we'll break for a little bit of a board governance, go into some bylaws and chapter code, and then we'll have an executive session halfway through, probably right before lunch, where we'll go over a couple items fielded by George Fields through our Human Resources Division, break for lunch, and go into travel, P-card, like I mentioned, and then switch over to the project updates before we close. So we're going to try to stay on schedule, so I'm going to stop talking. And then hopefully we will get you guys out of here before the rush hour. I know that it's a little inclement out there with the weather. But with no further ado, I want to quickly introduce 2 representatives of our external affairs team. Natoya Walker-Minor, who is our Deputy General Manager over External Affairs and Administration, as well as Bob Fleeg, who serves as our Public Information Officer. And they will punt it over to Bruce. Thanks.
Thank you, and good morning. Glad to be here, and again, just want to introduce and remind you all, Bob Fleeg joined my team, although he's been a long-term RTA employee for about 7 years, but he's been on my team for about a year as our Public Information Officer. And so Bob is the PIO, and I'm glad to have him on my team. This morning, I am excited to introduce to some, and to some it's a reintroduction, Bruce Hennis. He really needs no introduction, and while I have his bio, I'm just going to go off script. He is Cleveland's own. He's been doing this for about 3 or 4 decades, globally, nationally, and locally. He brings this to us because crisis communications, you can't predict it. It's unpredictable. You never know when it will happen. And this training today will allow us to do the things that we need to do as an organization under India Birdsong Terry. It allows us to be prepared, to understand the process, and to prioritize the message. Why is that important? Because anytime any of you as board members are approached by a reporter, whether it's social media, written, television, or radio, it's never off record. You need to understand that. Bruce will share that. He will share examples, what that means. He will also tell you what you already know, the speed of social media, what that means and its implications. But more importantly for us in this training is the process. If someone approaches you, if there is a crisis, contact Bob and myself. We get to India. India manifests her team internally, and we roll out the message. First, fast, accurate. These are the things, these are the pillars of crisis communication that you will hear from Bruce today. And so at this time, I'll turn it over to Bruce Hennis, who is no stranger to public transit, whether it be RTA, OPTA, and APTA. He's been doing this not only for transportation, but also for private industry. He is Cleveland's own superstar, and we're glad to have him here today. Bruce Hennis.
Thank you very much. I like when she said he's been doing it for, what did you say, 3 or 4 decades? It's a polite way of saying I'm old. Experience, that's right. All right, it comes with the gray hair. All right, well, I'm here to tell you that these are not just the typical situations. I mean, these are the things that are going to happen. Accidents, people skipping cars, and you're going to have issues and passenger complaints and snow delays. I mean, we all expect that, all right? But there are other things that we need to worry about, as a large government organization, all right? We need to worry. This is a much longer list. I mean, take a look at what's on this list. Criminal accusations, cybercrime, data loss, the death of a driver or a staffer, or God forbid, a board member, diversity complaint, an inclusion issue, accusation of fiscal mismanagement, not that could happen around here, a foodborne illness, perhaps at an event, a governance dispute, maybe one of your employees makes an inappropriate comment on social media, all right, on their own private Facebook page, having nothing to do with RTA, but all of a sudden people start saying, wait a minute, that person works for RTA, what are you going to do about it? And it becomes a major issue. A lawsuit, a protest, sexual harassment or misconduct, social media threat, all right? And God forbid, what's the single worst thing that could happen to any of us? And that's the active shooter situation, which unfortunately my company has more experience having dealt with than I wish we did. But not everything is a crisis. I mean, I get that. I always define a crisis as you're driving down the street and all of a sudden you get T-boned by a car. That is a crisis situation. But if you can see it coming, if you know it's going to happen, that's not a crisis. That's an issue that needs to be managed, all right? A fare increase, a route change, service calls, a capital project timeline. Though you can see those coming, those are issues that need to be managed, all right? But if you manage an issue the same way we manage a crisis, I think you'll do a much better job of making sure that that issue doesn't become a crisis, which then becomes a catastrophe. And that's really what I'm here today to talk about. Well, as you might imagine, none of my clients want me talking about what happened to them. They would just assume that whatever happened to them goes away and never comes back. I do have one client that lets me talk about their situation, and that's the Sea Streak Ferry. Some of you may remember the story, some years ago. All right, ferry boat going from lower New Jersey across the Hudson River to lower Manhattan, taking people to their jobs in the financial district. Instead of coming in nice and slow into the dock, it came in at 10 knots an hour, and boom, 350 people went flying through plate glass windows, went over the balcony in the boat. It was a bloody, horrific accident scene in the middle of the world's biggest media market. I mean, you can see that, on the screen here, that's the front page of the New York Post. The pictures in the middle are from the New York Times front. It was a huge international story. Well, by coincidence, the company that owns the Sea Streak Ferry is Interlake Steamship, which is headquartered here in Middleburg Heights, right by the airport, just south of the airport. They're clients of ours. They called me, and I spent the next 72 hours of my life from my office on top of Terminal Tower, helping them manage their way out of this crisis. Well, when the whole thing was over, we put a training tape together for their employees. I'm going to show you that training tape. It's a 10-minute tape, although I've boiled it down to 60 seconds for you. But it's probably the most unique training video that you've ever seen, because instead of the traditional, what would be a traditional narration of what happened, by a reporter or a voiceover, instead what we did was we took the voicemails that came into the lawyer's cell phone throughout that morning. We took all those voicemails, and that's what you're going to hear is the audio track over what you'll see. And I think you'll get a pretty good idea of what happened that day. So let's take a look at the tape, as they say. Should come up here, and it's not. There we go. You're right. That did it.
Hi, Mr. Wynn. It's Mary Lou calling from WABC Eyewitness News. This is Nancy Singer. I'm calling from Fox News Radio.
Hi, Tom. My name is Kyle with 501 News in New York. We're just calling about the South Street Seaport.
Hi, Tom. This is Ivan Lee with 1010 Windsor Radio in New York.
Hi, Tom. This is Zoe Baldwin calling from U.S. Senator Frank Lautenberg's office. Hi, Tom. It's Kathleen Foster calling from Fox News.
Hi, this is Matt Johnson with New York One News. I was just calling to see if you guys had anyone.
This is Joe Kemp. I'm a reporter at the New York Daily News. I'm calling in regards to this accident.
Tom, this is Ted Mann with the Wall Street Journal. I'm trying to get in touch with you on about the C Street again.
Mr. Wynn, my name is James Quayle. I'm a reporter at the Star Ledger in Newark.
Hi, Tom. My name is Casey Lindfors. I'm a producer with CBS National News in New York with Charlie Rose, Joe King, and Nora O'Donnell.
Hi, Tom. This is Matt Fleig, and I'm calling from the New York Times.
One lawyer, 1 hour, one cell phone. Welcome to my world, because this is exactly what's going to happen to you if all of a sudden you find yourselves in the middle of a regional or a national situation where you're the ones getting the phone calls and the emails from the reporters, from the bloggers, from residents, demanding answers. And if they don't get them from you, they're going to get them from someone else, which means you've lost control, what we call control of the story. Well, before I go on any further, I want you to know that I am not a traditional PR guy, all right? I'm a crisis management specialist, and I'll tell you what the difference is. And I'm actually, let me back up for a second. When municipalities, when government agencies, CEOs, presidents, when they get into situations like the video I just showed you, they often call for somebody like me. They want a crisis person at their side. All right, and I would say the difference between what PR people do and what I do, PR people are involved in, I go in the education business, educating some group of people over some period of time to like you more so you can sell more widgets, sell more services, get your tax levies passed. I mean, after all, what's the essence of public relations but bringing more attention to what you're doing? Well, let me tell you, if you're in the middle of something like that, more attention is the last thing that you want. And the methodologies that I use and the people on my crisis communications SWAT team use are very counterintuitive to the traditional practice of public relations. In fact, our elevator speech is, it's our job to make your story better. It's our job to make your story shorter, and it's our job to make your story go away. In fact, the best stories are the ones that I literally can't tell you because we made those stories go away. Well, it's simply that the greatest uninsured asset of this organization is its reputation. Right? It is also a fact of life that controversies today are tried in the court of public opinion as often as the court of law. And the third fact of life is that 97% of all the cases that get filed in court never go to trial. 97%. In fact, in Cuyahoga County, it's 99%. And I would argue then that managing the court of public opinion, all right, oftentimes is more important than managing the court of law. And the way we do that is with something called the Damage Control Playbook. And the Damage Control Playbook has these 6 very simple rules. If you're taking notes, all right, these are the 6 one-liners to write down, or take your cell phone out and take a picture of it. because I'm going to do my best in the next 20 minutes or so to literally to teach you how to do what I do for a living. And it starts with rule number 1, which is tell the truth. Actually, that should be rule number 1, 5, 10, 20, and 30, because the truth always comes out. It may not come out that minute. It may not come out that hour. It could be 2 days later. It might be 2 years later in the court, if there is a court case. But if they ever find out that you or someone who works for you has lied, you've ruined your reputation going backwards as well as going forward. And the corollary to that is don't attempt to deny the obvious, because all you do is motivate the press to dig for more. I mean, they're not stupid. If they've got this much of the story, they're more than likely going to get the rest of it. And I got news for you. You're not smart enough to spin your way out of it, and frankly, neither am I. Rule number 2 is tell it first, because generally speaking, whomever goes first determines the trajectory of the story in the minds of not just the media, but the minds of all your stakeholders. Rule number 3 is tell it all. We beg our clients to release everything that is legally, morally, and ethically allowed to be released. Because again, if you don't release it all, somebody else is releasing their version of all, and you're going to be playing catch up to it. And rule number 4 is tell it fast. And I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about the need for speed before I'm done here today. Tell the truth, tell it first, tell it all, tell it fast. Before I go on to number 5, let me give you a quick little story that kind of sums up the first 4. A number of years ago, I got a phone call from the law director from a small community, one of the municipalities outside of Cleveland, all right, one of the far suburbs. Calls me on the phone, says, Bruce, you got to come out to City Hall. Says something happened. So I go out to City Hall. He tells me the story. It's a personnel issue. I go, oh my God, you're going to end up on the front page of the Plain Dealer. He says, I know. That's why I called you. He says, what do we do? I said, here's what we do. I said, we're going to call the reporter that covers your suburb. We're going to have him come to City Hall tomorrow, not a press conference. We're going to have him to come to City Hall. We're going to give him the story. We're going to give him, we'll even hand him the personnel file before he or she even asks for it. It's a public document. They're going to get it anyhow. We'll redact what we can redact, like the Social Security number. We're going to give him everything. Well, the lawyer looked at me like I was insane. He said, we're going to do what? And I repeated, he says, that goes against everything that I learned in law school, all right? I learned that you don't give bad news until it's discovered, until they ask the right question. I said, well, you were educated in the court of law. I was educated in the court of public opinion. And in my courtroom, the rules are a lot different. I said, we do it your way, I guarantee you we're on the front page of tomorrow's Plain Dealer. You do it my way, maybe the worst that happens is we're on the front page of the PD. Maybe the best that happens is we're not in the newspaper at all. He says, okay, I'm a little nervous, but let's give it a try. So we bring the reporter in the next day, give him the story. Day after that, I go out and I grab my newspaper. Nothing on page 1, nothing on page 2, B1 Metro Front, the local news. Nothing on B1, B2, not in the paper. Second day, not in the paper. Third day, fourth day, fifth day. It was 9 days later before that story showed up. But it was 3 little paragraphs, and it was below the fold. It was this tiny little story, and every time I tell this story in northeastern Ohio, nobody remembers what story I'm talking about, because we told the truth, we told it all, we told it first, and we told it fast. I can't even begin to tell you how many stories we either minimize or completely eliminate just by appealing to the way reporters think. If they didn't discover it on their own, if it wasn't leaked to them by an ex-employee or an unhappy PTA mom or something, it tends not to have the same level of importance. It doesn't work all the time, but it certainly works often enough that it is one of our favorite tools. Similar story, different outcome, slightly different outcome. I get a phone call from the executive director of a large nonprofit, calls me on the phone and says, Bruce, you got to come out right away. As you might imagine, I get a lot of phone calls that start with the phrase, Bruce, you got to come out right away. So I'm on the phone with this guy, and I said, well, wait a minute, before I come out, tell me what happened. He tells me the story. 2 of his employees embezzled over $1 million. I went, oh my God, that's huge. He says, I know. He says, what? And I said, let me ask you a question. Before I come out, what do you want me to do? I will never forget his answer. He says to me, he says, I want you to make sure this doesn't show up in the media. I went, okay. How many people in your office know about this? He goes, oh, about 23. 23? I can't keep this out of the media. But I gave this guy slightly different advice. What I told him was that let's pick a reporter at your local newspaper, somebody I think will treat us fair, because I'll take fair any day of the week over slanted. We're going to pick the reporter. We're going to go to the newspaper tomorrow. We're going to give them the story. We're going to give them everything. executive director says to me, "We can't do that." I said, "Why?" He said, "I'll look foolish." I said, "How do you think you're going to look when Ed Gallick is standing in front of your building going, 'Your tax dollars squandered, film at 11. All right, Valerie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, you're going to look terrible." He says, "Okay, I'm a little nervous, but let's give it a try." So we go to the newspaper the next day. We give the story to the reporter. The day after that, I go out and I grab my newspaper. I open it up, and there's the story in a giant headline on the front page, only slightly smaller than "Man Walks on Moon." I mean, it was a giant headline, which gets larger and larger every time I tell the story, by the way. It was a giant headline, but it was a headline money can't buy. Agency discovers loss, takes action. It was a great headline. It was a great story, all right? And I got a phone call the next day from the reporter. She says to me, "Bruce, your client's really smart." I said, "Why do you say that?" She said, "Because if he hadn't brought this story to us, we would have stuck it to him. If all you walk away from this little seminar is tell the truth, tell it all, tell it first, and tell it fast, you got about 60% of what you need to do what I do for a living." Rule number 5, you must understand that the media filters. Whenever you filter something, you change the way it looks, the way it smells, the way it tastes, the way it feels. I'll give you an example of what I mean. Let's say a reporter comes out to visit you or calls you on the phone, all right, to do an interview. All right, it could be about something good, something bad. Doesn't really matter for this little case study. They start to take notes. What goes into the notes? What doesn't go into the notes? What school did that reporter go to? Did that reporter argue with their spouse that morning? All right, then they take the story, all right, and they go put it together and they hand it to their editor. Now the editor has it. What school did that editor go to? Is that editor smart enough to say to the reporter, "You know, I know you've been working on the story for the last 2, 3, 4 days, but have you called the mayor's office? Have you called Washington? All right, have you checked with XYZ, the trade association?" Or maybe the editor's not smart enough to do that. Then they start to wordsmith it. Those of you in the audience who are writers know as well as I do, sometimes you move a comma, you change the thrust of the entire paragraph. I've been showing this slide for years. I think a year ago, somebody said to me, "Mr. Hennis, do you know your commas save lives?" And I went, "Oh my God, you're right. Commas do save lives," but it really is true. Sometimes you move a comma, you've changed the thrust of the entire paragraph. All right, and then they put a headline on it. But how many times have you picked up the paper or gone online to see the headline doesn't match the story, that there's a fundamental disconnect between the two? And if that happens to you, this agency, or any of the boards or companies that you work for, you've got a problem, and here's why. You read the story, all right, your spouses and best friends read the story, all right, your employees read the story, all right, your board members read the story, but 60 to 70% of the people who live in Cuyahoga County did not read the story because nobody reads a newspaper verbatim from one end to the other. Nobody reads the internet from one end to the other, as if that were possible. What people do is they look for headlines that either directly involve them or highly interest them, which by definition leaves 60 to 70% of the people out of it. All right, same thing with electronic media. All right, what kind of camera angle is the reporter using? What kind of lighting is the reporter using? I bet the reporter's got the right kind of makeup on for high definition television. You're probably not wearing any makeup at all. What goes into the final piece that ends up on YouTube or on television? What ends up on the cutting room floor? Now, the reason I'm telling you about all this filtering stuff is because whenever we're called into a sudden crisis situation, the first thing we're thinking is, how do we get your words out to the most number of people as quickly as possible with as little filtering as possible? In other words, is there a way to pierce that media filter and just talk to a lot of people? For me, one of my favorite ways of doing that, all right, is live television. I mean, I love live TV because you can say whatever you want. I mean, it has to be a nice, tight soundbite. We don't control what comes before it or after it. But for 6 to 8 to 10 seconds, we can say whatever we want. We love live TV. More often than not, we're not going to get a shot at live TV. Or we know that the TV people and the bloggers and the reporters are coming to do you-know-what to us. So we start to think to ourselves, how do we go around the media filter and talk directly to what I call our sub-audiences. Let me back up for a second. If you're talking to the Plain Dealer, channel 358 or 19, you are talking to a mass media outlet. And they're called mass media outlets because they have large audiences. That's a good thing. We like that. But within every mass audience is a group of sub-audiences. I mean, think about all the sub-audiences you have right here at RTA. You've got employees, all right? You have board members, certainly. You've got vendors and suppliers to RTA. You've got spouses and families of employees. I mean, every organization, you have people who live within, say, a 1 mile radius of wherever the incident might have happened. Every organization has between 10 and 20 different and identifiable sub-audiences. I don't care whether we're talking about a school, a government agency, your brother-in-law's machine shop. Every organization has sub-audiences. So we start to think to ourselves, how do we go around the media filter and talk directly to those sub-audiences without being filtered? And one of the ways we do that is with POTS, plain old telephone service. Picking up the phone, calling people, that goes around the media filter. Snail mail, U.S. mail, faxes, billboards, meetings with people, that all goes around the media filter. And of course, we've got the internet. I think I got my first email address 33 years ago now. So we've got email, and we certainly have all the different social media platforms that we are all probably very tired of hearing about. Pinterest and Etsy and Facebook and Twitter and whatnot. And what we find when we utilize all of these methodologies and we utilize them fast, what we find is that if we can get our side of the story out to the people whose opinions we care about the most, they may not believe what they see on TV or what they read on the blogs or what they see in the newspaper the next day. I got to tell you, we have clients all over the world who are getting the crap beat out of them, and they don't care. I shouldn't say they don't care. I mean, every executive director and CEO wants to be loved and liked. Every mayor wants to be held in high esteem. Every lawyer wants to be loved and liked as well. Right? But our clients are practically bulletproof from the criticisms they're getting from the outside because they got their side of the story out to the people whose opinions they care about the most, and they did it fast. Rule number 6. You must understand that the fundamental role of reporters is not to inform or educate. Now, I know that goes against everything that we all learned in high school civics class, that reporters are supposed to take stories and lift them right up and drop them right on the front page of the newspaper. Wrong, because if that's what reporters did, that's called a report, and nobody wants to read a report at 7 o'clock in the morning with their coffee and their bagel. The fundamental job of reporters is not simply to inform or educate. It is to tell stories. And the way they do that is they take your facts, the facts that you know to be true, the facts that you may have witnessed with your own eyes. The first thing a lot of reporters, not all, but a lot of reporters do is they throw some of those facts away. And then they go out and they get some of their own facts that may or may not be true. Then they put them in a different order that may or may not make sense. And they take what's left and they shake them up and they jam them into what we call story frameworks. These frameworks have names, and these frameworks have characters that inhabit each framework. For instance, every time you pick up the paper or go online to read a story about our brave American soldiers fighting around the world, those stories tend to be told in the hero framework. Sports stories are often told in the hero framework. Stories about the good mother who becomes a bad mother. Stories about the rich man who falls from grace, like that Bernie Madoff story some years ago. Stories of honor, stories of dishonor, stories of redemption. Overcoming the odds is a typical business frame story. How everybody says, no, you can't do that, but somebody brings a product to market, they make $1 million anyhow, they overcome the odds. That framework also tends to show up as what we call a lifestyle story or a feature story, how somebody has a mental or a physical handicap, somehow they get married, they have 2 kids, the 2 kids grow up to be doctors, they overcome the odds. I mean, tell me if I'm right or wrong. I mean, you can't go, Every single day, you pick up the newspaper, you go online, you go on Facebook, there are heartwarming stories about people who overcome the odds because people love to read them, people love to write them. Other frameworks are frameworks of triumph, stories about conflict, horse race stories have no horses in them. But what they do have are winners and losers. That's the way political stories are often told. Who's winning in Iowa, who's losing in Ohio. They're called horse race stories. But the storyline that you're going to get hit with, when somebody points the finger and says, you should not have hired that bus driver. He had 3 DUIs, from his previous job. You should have known that bus was defective. You should have known that your procurement were incorrect. You did. When somebody accuses you of doing wrongdoing, you are immediately, that second, locked into what we call the 3 V's story, where you have a villain, a victim, and a vindicator. The villain who did something wrong to the victim, and the vindicator who rides to the rescue. Now, vindicators come in all shapes and sizes. Vindicators can be the reporter working on the story. It could be a local elected official. It could be the unhappy bus driver. I mean, generally speaking, the vindicator role is usually, not always, but usually occupied by the person who is the first one to point the finger. But the real problem with the 3V framework is twofold. Number one, right, it's triggered the second the accusation is made. It doesn't matter whether you heard it. It's triggered the second the accusation is made. And number two, the second the framework is triggered, the only thing that counts is the speed of your reply. I'll give you an example. Let's say something happens at one of your repair shops out in the field somewhere. All right. I'm sorry. Let me back up for a second. Reporter calls one of the, I was telling the wrong story here. Reporter calls one of the repair shops out in the field. All right. And whoever answers the phone, 8 o'clock in the morning, reporter identifies himself, says, look, we're working on a story that is related to sexual misconduct going on at similar repair facilities all across northeastern Ohio. Now, if the person who answers the phone at your repair facility has been properly trained, what should they do with that phone call? Anybody? What should they do with that phone call? Should they answer questions? Should they consent to an interview? What should they do? Come on, folks, kick it upstairs, right? I mean, they should send it where? Where should that phone call go? It should go to the PIO, all right? It should go to Bob Fleeg, all right? Now, if it's really serious, if it's a very serious call, it could be the Plain Dealer, it could be the New York Times, we don't know, all right? Bob is probably going to send that over to India, all right? Now, and if it's really serious, all right, what is India going to do? India's going to call us. No, thank you. No, there's usually a step in between calling us. All right, Janet, that's right. They're going to ask for Janet. All right, this is true for every organization. You're going to get the lawyers involved because the lawyers are always involved, all right? And most lawyers, not Janet, because Janet's been through this before, but most lawyers that I know will say, when they hear about this, they'll say to their client, don't call the reporter back. We don't know anything about this. We've got to check it out. Because that's what lawyers do. They need facts. So they go off and they do their thing. All right, we've all seen this happen a million times. They come back. Most lawyers, all right, with the exception of Janet Burney, most lawyers will then say to their CEO, let me handle this. All right, it's very complicated because lawyers learned in law school that they have superpowers, right? We all know lawyers. They think they can leap over buildings in a single bound. That's what they learn in law school. All right, folks, I don't care how many, this is not true so much for RTA, this is more generalized, but I don't care how many degrees from Harvard, Yale, and Princeton that most lawyers have. All right, this truck is going over the cliff and going over the cliff fast because think about the dynamic. Reporter calls machine shop at 8 o'clock in the morning. 1, 2, 3 hours later, right, that phone call is returned by a lawyer. All right, it just makes them dig harder. I have to tell you, I have a 4-hour class that I teach, and I usually teach that I taught it for your team, but I usually teach it for police, fire, first responders, government officials. And whenever I teach one of those larger classes, we usually get 200-300 people there. I always get 3 or 4 reporters who they always sit in the back row, and they want to come see what the Spinmeister guy is teaching people on how to manipulate them. So for the last half hour, they've been looking down at their laptops, capturing every word that I'm saying. But the minute I say the phrase, reporter calls machine shop or office 8 o'clock in the morning, 3-4 hours later, that phone call is returned by a lawyer, it just makes them dig harder. All the reporters in the back row will, at the same time, happens every time, they'll look up at me and go, I get 2 thumbs up like that because that's exactly the way their brains work. And then the lawyers often make it even worse by saying things like, well, I'm sorry, we can't comment on that. It's a matter under litigation. Oh, come on, folks. I don't care what the issue is. All right, whenever you hear or read the words refuse to comment, what's the first thing you think of? Guilty, guilty, guilty. Or the step-cousin, no comment, couldn't be reached for comment. So meanwhile, it's on the 3 o'clock blogs that RTA has done something wrong. It's on the 7 o'clock news that RTA has done something wrong. It's in the newspaper the next day. It's gone viral around the world that RTA has done something wrong. But let's assume for a moment that RTA has done nothing wrong. Let's assume that you're not the villain. You may be the vindicator or even the victim, but you are not the villain. All right. The real insidious problem with the 3V framework is that if you have waited hours, let alone days, to get your side of the story out, nobody believes you, because when the facts don't fit the frame, people discard the facts. Let me repeat that. When the facts don't fit the frame, people discard the facts. All right? And I hate to tell you this, if you're a government official, if you're an attorney, if you are the CEO of a big company, you usually start off as being the villain. And the longer you wait, the more you just end up reinforcing that role. And let me tell you something. You can't just talk your way out of the villain role. You have to act your way out of the villain role. Think about what villains do. Villains tend to not return phone calls in a timely manner. Villains tend to speak through their spokespersons at inappropriate times. Villains have a tough time making eye contact. When they're in front of people, they tend to talk to the floor, or they look over people's heads, unless they're pathological. And unfortunately, most of them are. So the lack of eye contact is not exactly a litmus test for villainy. But if somebody's not making eye contact with me, my warning bells are going off. Villains tend to use weasel words. You ever hear that phrase, weasel words? I'll give you an example. Well, I'm sorry you feel this way. What? You're sorry? You're apologizing because I feel badly? That's not a real apology. Those are weasel words. Or my other favorite, mistakes were made. Yeah, by who? You and your agency made those mistakes. But what do vindicators do? Vindicators return phone calls promptly. Vindicators speak for themselves. Vindicators make eye contact. Vindicators understand the difference between saying I'm sorry and accepting liability. And if there's any one place where we do this with lawyers around the world, it's over the whole concept of apology. In fact, this is so important that I want you to go to this website. Sorry, not now, wait until the meeting's over here. Sorryworks.net. Sorryworks is a nonprofit that came together about 15 years ago to work with hospitals, doctors, nurses, medical professionals to literally teach them how to say, I'm sorry, when bad things happen. Because bad things happen every day in hospital settings. Every day, somebody gets an infection, somebody gets the wrong dosage. Bad stuff happens in hospitals and nursing homes and whatnot. And what SorryWorks has found over the last decade and a half is that when the protocols that they call for are used, and those protocols are very, very simple and very short about apologies, when those protocols are used, the dollars that get written in liability claims tend to be dramatically smaller, because at the end of the day, all right, when mistakes are made, whether it's a hospital, whether it's RTA, whether it's City Hall, whether it is a private company, when a mistake is made, what is the most important thing that you can give to somebody? All right. India and Janet, you guys, you can't answer this because you've already heard this. What is the most important, I want to test them here. What is the single most important thing that you can give to somebody when a mistake is made? Somebody?
Just a reminder for everyone to use your microphones.
Yes. An apology. Yes. I'll repeat what everybody says. Yes, that's so important. But it's not the most important thing. All right, anybody else? What do you think people want when something bad happens? Transparency, that's a good one. Accountability is a good one. I like that. Pardon? Sincerity, very important. Responsibility, yes, they want all those things, but understanding. Pardon? Empathy, that's a good one. What else might they want? Money. Money! Money! But you know what? You'd be surprised how often money is not the main motivator. Oh yeah, I mean, you're going to have a slip and fall, and somebody's going to want $1 million payday. I get that. But more often than not, money is not going to be the main motivator. So, but it factors in. But what else? What's the highest and best thing that you can give to somebody, all right, when a mistake is made, when something bad happens? Somebody? I'll give you 1 or 2 more tries before I tell you. Acknowledgement. All right. How about punishment? All right. I mean, that's an answer I hear quite often. I have to tell you, I've been teaching this class for, I don't know, well over a decade, hundreds and hundreds of times. I thought I had heard every answer under the book. Right before COVID hit, I met the New York City Bar Association. Lawyer sticks his hand up and says, retribution. And I went, retribution? Oh my God, that's like punishment times 1,000,000. I mean, I've never heard that before. But yeah, it's New York City, why not? All right, but that wasn't the word I was looking for either. All right, any last chance? What people are looking for, yes, they want all the things that you mentioned. All right, but what they really want, even if they don't ask for it, is they want the truth. They want the truth. Not one of you could come up with the word, the truth? I mean, I shouldn't give you a hard time about that. I mean, I have to tell you real quick. Before pandemic, I was teaching this class to 200 prosecuting attorneys. Now, think about that. They're the people who have the power to put people like us in jail. I gave them 10 full minutes, and not one of them could come up with the word, the truth. That is truly terrifying. What people want is the truth. And when they think they're not getting the truth, that's when they say, you know what? Get my lawyer. I want to know what really happened. And that's when you're going to find yourselves in an adversary proceeding that you might not have been in otherwise. India?
I think one of our recruiters came up with the truth in one of our sessions. And
yes, and
she was the only one.
He was the only one. Sure. Your recruiter did come up, and he came up with it like right at the beginning. Yeah, it was, which spoiled the whole rest of the next 2 minutes of my presentation, because I couldn't look around and say, how come you guys didn't get that? That happens to me in all the presentations I do, maybe twice a year. You know, give that recruiter a star on his forehead, as they say. All right, what people want is the truth. All right, and you got, you know, and it, you know, it's just, it's natural. People are afraid to give other people the truth when the news is bad. It's just it's a very natural human thing. I mean, you know, but again, the problem is, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Now I'm often asked the question, what do you do when you are the villain? I mean, sometimes bad things do happen to good agencies. Well, what do you do when you are the villain? Well, then we use something called the 3 Fs. All right, I just gave you the 3 Vs. Now I'm going to give you the 3 Fs. All right, and the 3 Fs stand for, well, I can't really give you the first F because I promised India I wouldn't use that word in this room today. So I will paraphrase. The 3 Fs stand for F up, fess up, and fix up. F up, fess up, and fix up. In other words, don't spend time denying the obvious. Instead, admit what happened and then pivot over to what you're going to do to make sure it never happens again. And by doing that, you very quickly go from being the villain to being the vindicator in the same news cycle, or at least the second or third news cycle, because you never want to be the villain. Every second that you are perceived as the villain makes it harder to turn that upside down. All right, you've got to get out of that villain role as quickly as possible. Let me give you a quick story that kind of illustrates that. A number of years ago, I got a phone call from a big demolition company out on the West Coast. They were demolishing a government building and, in the middle of the demolition, the building collapsed prematurely and a couple of their employees were killed. So I get a phone call from the CEO, who I had known for a long time. He says, "You got to come out right away. This is terrible." It's a big regional thing. We didn't hear about it out here in Cleveland, but it was a huge story out there. So I fly out there and I walk into the CEO's office, into the boardroom. And who's sitting in the boardroom? But the CEO is at the end here. Two of his attorneys are sitting right here. And guess who else is in the room? Two insurance company attorneys had already jumped in. CEO says to us, over the last 24 hours, they had done their own forensic investigation and discovered it was a design flaw in the demolition contract that caused this collapse. So I turned to the CEO and I said, "Let me ask you a question. Is there any way that this will not be discovered when the state of California does their own investigation?" He says, No. He says, "They'll find it pretty quick." Okay, so you now have all known me for what, about a half hour, 45 minutes? What advice do you think I gave to that CEO? Somebody? Tell the truth, tell it all, tell it first, and tell it fast. So I said to him, "We need to do a press conference tomorrow, and you need to admit that your company killed those employees." Now, you talk about how you felt. I want you to talk about how you felt when you got the news. I happen to know that he knew those employees. Talk from the heart, but you need to talk about what was going through your mind, and then talk about what you're going to do to make sure it never happens again. All right, well, can you imagine the look of sheer horror on the face of the four lawyers in the room? All right, they all went, "Oh my God, we're going to get sued." I said, "Guess what? Of course you're going to get sued. You're going to get your rear end sued. All right, but you're going to write a check that is just large enough to make sure that that lawsuit never goes to trial. That lawsuit will never go to trial." Well, somehow we hit those lawyers upside the head with a 2x4. We got them to say yes to the press conference. We did the press conference, and I wish I could show you the videotape that we made for that client, similar to the first one that I showed you. He won't let me show it, but suffice it to say, it was not about, really about the collapse. It was about this company doing the right thing, particularly in an industry which tends not to do the right thing all the time. I mean, it was as laudatory a video as you will ever see, with the bloggers and the reporters falling over themselves to praise the company for doing the right thing. Folks, this stuff works, all right? It's not about religion. It's not about morality. It is a business model. Tell the truth, tell it all, tell it first, and tell it fast. It is a business model that works. All right, well, let me just change things up a little bit for you here. You've all heard the phrase that the internet has changed everything. Well, I'm not quite sure it's changed everything, but one thing it has changed is the relationship between reporters. I mean, for the last 50 years, who breaks news? Television or newspapers? Who breaks news? Television breaks news. I mean, because if it's in the newspaper, when did it happen? Yesterday. By the way, that is a law of physics. If it's in the newspaper, it happened yesterday. All right, but it doesn't work that way any longer. Nowadays, every reporter in the world is told, you don't leave that meeting until you put something up on Facebook. You don't drive away in your car until you put something up on Twitter. And if it's wrong, we'll correct it later, which does you no good if 5 or 10 or 50,000 people already saw that incorrect story. And that has led to something called iterative journalism. All right, iterative journalism, Lauren knows what it is and Valerie knows what it is. Iterative journalism is like I said, only a couple years old now. And I'm going to scare the bejeebers out of you. Let me back up for a second. The way traditional journalism has always worked, all right, is that, let's say I'm the reporter, I'm working on a story that involves 3 of you. I'm going to put a call into the 3 of you, and I'm going to wait all day for you to call me back, because if I try to take that story to my editor, all right, and your voices aren't in there, my editor's going to say, go back out and find them. I'm not running this story. They're going to sit on it. They're going to sit on the story. Doesn't work that way any longer. Nowadays, what happens is, all right, I'm going to put a call into the three of you. You got 10 minutes to call me back. And if you don't call me back, I am going to put the first iteration of that story up on the internet. All right, an hour later, all right, Mayor, you see the story. Oh my God, Bruce, you got that wrong and this wrong. You're going to try to call, if you can even find me on the phone, you'll call me on the phone. I'll change the story. Lauren, same thing with you. All right, I'll make as many changes as you want throughout the day. But let me ask you this question. Where do a majority of Americans now get their news from? They get it from their smartphone. They don't get it from a newspaper. They don't get it from a television or a radio station. They don't even get it from their desktop anymore or their laptop. They get it from their phones. All right? Well, let me ask you this. First thing in the morning, when you wake up, what's the first thing you do in the morning? You grab your phone. You look at your news feed. All right? You see a story about RTA. You see a story about the city of Shaker Heights. All right? Or wherever. All right? Do you go back and read it a half hour later? An hour later? 2 hours later? No, because you already read the story. But that story could have had multiple iterations throughout the day. Right? And if you don't understand that, if you don't understand the need for speed, you are behind the 8 ball because the business model of news gathering and dissemination has changed. It's always about the money. So let's follow the money for a second here. How many of you remember those days, all right, when you would get your plain dealer and it was this thick because there were 20 pages of ads from car dealers and real estate agencies and want ads and retailers, big box retail and, you know, and all the department stores. Remember those days? All right. Those ads are gone. Those ads all went to the internet, all right, and they're not coming back. All right, so the newspapers have gotten very small. It used to be if you owned a newspaper, you owned a branch of the U.S. Mint. Newspapers were fabulously profitable. Their profit margins were humongous. And that's why the Plain Dealer built that really giant building at 17th and Superior a number of years ago, and why they don't need it now. All right, they were very profitable. But when profits shrink, when sales go down, when revenues go down, this is simple, basic accounting, how do you stay in business? How do you stay in business? What do you do? Reduce costs. Pardon? Reduce costs. You have to reduce costs. And what's the biggest line item for almost every organization? Personnel. It used to be at the Plain Dealer that every story that went into the print edition of the Plain Dealer was touched by 5 editors. 5 editors. Those editors are now gone, all right, completely gone. And the technology has changed, giving reporters the ability to be sitting in their car and putting stories right up on the internet without any editor at all. That isn't to say an editor isn't going to look at it, but not perhaps and often not at first. Those editors are all gone. All the reporters, all right, that used to be earning $70, $80, $100, $130, $150,000 a year at the newspapers and at the TV stations, they're gone. All right? They've all been replaced by younger people earning smaller dollars, all right, without any institutional knowledge. Right? It is, in fact, I call them 30 and 30s, 30-somethings earning $30,000 a year. All right? And to make it even worse, a lot of these reporters are being told by their editors, for every set of eyeballs that you get on your story on the internet, all right, we're going to give you extra money. Maybe, I don't know what the formula is, you know, a half a cent for every set of eyeballs or a penny every set of eyeballs. If you're a young reporter making $30,000 a year and your editor is telling you, gee, if you write it in a certain way, you have an opportunity to get an extra 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks in your paycheck, you don't think that's not going to affect the journalism? It absolutely affects the journalism. And now let's extrapolate that even writ larger, right? If you are a major news outlet, if you're any news outlet, all right, and news happens, what do people do? They go to Google, all right? How do you get on that first page? Because nobody goes to the second page of Google, or especially if anybody's going to the third page of Google, they're doing opposition research, all right? That's the only reason they're going there. You want to be on that first page of Google, whether you're the Plain Dealer or whether you're ABC, NBC, or any of the other giant news outlets. And how do you get on that first page? You get on there by being first, because Google rewards, their algorithms reward news outlets for being first with the news. Right? And when you're first with the news on giant stories like that, what flows from all those eyeballs? Advertising dollars. Because you can turn to your advertisers and then say, you know, we had this many eyeballs on your story. It's all about the money. All right? And you need to understand that. You need to understand that, the business of news gathering and dissemination has changed so that you are ahead of that curve. I have to tell you, a couple of years, again, before COVID, I was talking to a group of medical professionals. I was on a panel with Monica Robbins from Channel 3, the medical reporter. And somebody asked Monica the question, said, Monica, do you mean to tell me you put stuff up on the internet that you know not to be true? And she said, absolutely not. She said, I would never do that. She said, I am a classically trained journalist, and I would never put anything on the internet that I know is not true. She said, but sometimes truth has a way of changing. I'm not talking about truthiness, but as facts come in, those facts can change somewhat, and the story changes. You know, she said, I was brought up to revere the God of truth. She said, but I do have a second God that I must revere now, and that is the God of speed. And when the God of truth and the God of speed are in contention, guess which God wins? The God of speed. That's the way the game is played these days. All right, again, I'm going to kind of shift gears and make things. This is what you just heard from me was exactly what I taught your employees over the last month and a half. All right, they all got this training plus another 3 hours, by the way. All right, I've kind of condensed everything that I did for them into a much shorter session for you. But your employees all got this training. But what I'm about to talk about now, this they did not hear. I was trying to think, as I was putting this presentation together, I was trying to think how to kind of title it. And I kind of came up with past, present, and future. I mean, I don't think I'm saying anything that is terribly untrue, but RTA has been through rough times over the last 20 years. Things have not gone as well as they could have for a variety of technical reasons and institutional reasons and personnel reasons. But certainly from my vantage point, and I'm not just saying this to appease anybody, but I think in the last 2 years, I think this ship has definitely turned around a lot. It just seems like there's a new energy. It seems like there's a new spirit of candor. I think that the agency is getting a lot more respect from other government agencies than I've seen in the past. I haven't seen any ridership surveys, so I can't speak to that, but you've got them. I don't know, are you trending up? I hope you're trending up. Okay, I mean, it's always a challenge. You're never going to make everybody happy. But I think that things have begun to change. But if you asked anybody during that, over the last 20 years, if RTA was transparent, if they were honest or they were timely, what do you think the answer would be? No, I think no, no, and no, right? No to all three. But let's think about what is the value of transparency? What is there a tangible, besides the fact that it's the right thing to do because you're a government agency? How do you define transparency? How do you put value on it? I would suggest to you that you can sum it up in one word, and that is trust. All right, if you're transparent, people trust you. All right, and trust is what encourages voters to approve tax levies. Trust is what encourages strong candidates to apply for jobs at your agencies. Trust is what you need for the times when things go south, for when the bus is late, or when a snowstorm snarls the schedule, or when you're engaged in labor negotiations. It all boils down to trust. All right, and just a case in point was over the last couple of months, as I mentioned before, RTA had me come in and do two back-to-back 4-hour sessions for a handful of your senior executives. And I told them over and over again that RTA tells the truth. They tell it all. They tell it first, and they tell it fast. Now, granted, sometimes you can't tell it all. I mean, there are sometimes legal reasons or moral reasons where you can't tell it all. But those are few and far between, and that doesn't mean that you can't say nothing. There's always a way to say something. But I did suggest to them that at this agency, at least what I understand, is that the policy here now is we start with what we can say. We don't start with how do we avoid saying anything. And that is a big sea change, right? And it's the appropriate sea change. I got to tell you, my company, we handle about 180 clients a year across the country and around the world. We have a lot of government agencies that we work with. I have to tell you, you guys go right to the top of the list for the spirit of transparency, the candor that you are showing these days, and the training that you gave all your employees. I wish I had a magic wand and all our government clients would do that. There are some, but not nearly as many as ought to. So I really tip my hat to you and say thank you very much, India. I want to talk about the board a little bit specifically. First of all, thank you for your service, and I really mean that. I mean, I don't think any of you are here for the money, for the paycheck. I'm assuming that's true, and it takes a lot of time, and I'm sure you get a lot of flack from time to time for your service. So I really do appreciate that because I know how important RTA is to the community at large. But we do have a chain of command here. All right, and the communications chain of command starts with Bob Fleeg, all right? And then he's the one to take stuff down to India and to Natoya and Doc Carver and Janet and the police chief. I mean, but it really is supposed to start with Bob. Now, there are times, all right, where it's going to flip upside down, all right? Some things may bypass Bob, something, and go directly to the executive office, all right? Or they're just so critical. Bob will be in the loop, but he may not be the first responder to something like that. Again, I think those are few and far between. But generally speaking, he should be the first point of contact when stuff happens, and he will pull the appropriate people into the loop to figure out what to say, when to say it, how to say it, where to say it, and whatnot. And remember this, he's trained for this. He has professional training to be a public information officer. Where's I gonna go ahead? But if you notice, I've got on this thing, the last bullet says, who else? Who else should be in this communication chain of command? There are two other people who can and should be in there, all right? And that's Reverend Lucas and Karen Moss. I mean, as president and vice president of the board, they need to be in the loop, all right? And at the appropriate times, I know that management will certainly bring you in the loop as is appropriate. And there are times when they should speak on behalf of the agency, but the times that the times that members of the board, leadership of the board, will speak to the media, all right, are really relatively few and far between. Certainly it's appropriate ceremonial opportunities, ribbon cuttings, and I don't mean to minimize the work that you do or the time that you speak to the community. I mean, that certainly is when it's very appropriate. But God forbid, let's say there's a big mass casualty incident. In the first couple of days, it's going to be the chief. It's going to be India. It'll be Bob to a certain extent. But at some point, if there were mass casualties, it's going to fall to your president and to your vice president to say something on behalf of the board. So there may be opportunities and will be opportunities for there to be front-facing board participation on behalf of the organization. But other than that, I'm kind of hard-pressed to come up with a lot of reasons why board members would and should be directly involved with communications directly to the public. Now you notice I've got on here another who else. I mean, there are a couple There's another group of people, and that's the rest of you, all right, the rest of the board. But you'll notice I've got a line drawn through this because I can think of no reasons why board members should be talking to the media, right, or talking to the public, except under, more ceremonial or more proscribed conditions. I mean, we're talking about board governance here. It certainly is your responsibility to ask questions of management. It is your responsibility to approve and deny expenditures, to offer strategic guidance to senior management, and to approve policy. And it absolutely is your place to yank the chain of management as hard as you can when you see things that are going on that should not be going on. That is your job, all right? But when you talk to reporters, on the record or off the record, you are going way, way out on a limb for a number of reasons. Number one, you may not have all the information that you need to have for that conversation. You may think you do, but you're not operational, all right? The people who are operational are the ones who have the answers. And if you think they're not doing a good job of talking to the media, it is your job to tell them that. 24 hours a day, if you think an interview went terrible, you call India, you call Bob in the middle of the night. They need to hear that from you. I don't have a problem with that. But if you talk to a reporter even off the record, reporter says, and I know some of you here have relationships with reporters. You've been around long enough. They're in some cases, they're your friends. But if you go off the record and you give them something, you are in a position of jeopardizing this agency for the reasons that I mentioned before. And again, it's not just because you may not have all the information that you think you have, but it is not good governance. That's not the way it's supposed to work. And I know it's hard to say, particularly reporters that you have relationships with, I would love to help you, but you need to call Bob Fleek. You need to call India or somebody like that. I've served on a lot of boards over my 45 years in this town. And, I have clients all across the country. And it's been my experience, and you can argue with me if you don't agree, when you join a board, you give up some of your rights to free speech. You just give up some of those rights. Legally, can you say whatever you want in this country? For the most part, yes. But from a board governance standpoint, you really give up those rights when you join the board. I would encourage you, when you get that call from a reporter, please get their name, get their phone number, get their media outlet, all right? Ask them, what are you looking for? How can I help you? And then get their deadline. Get their deadline, and then say, you know what? I will have somebody call you back, all right? And I'll do my best to make it happen before your deadline. All right? And if they push just between you and us, look, I'm not going to quote you. I'm not going to, just give me an idea. Am I heading in the right direction? You need to say, no, come in. You need to say, that is the way it is really supposed to be done. Let's see. There are two other people that may or may not be, I'm not going to say, I don't know if they're in the chain of command when it comes to communications, but you've got two of your employees are labor leaders. And I am not a lawyer. I do not offer legal advice, and my company is not a law firm. So I don't want to talk about at all what they can or cannot say to the media. All right. There are certain things with the National Labor Relations Board, certain rules and regulations that I know just enough to make me dangerous. So I'm not going to comment on again, whether or not there should be any prohibitions or whether there can even be any prohibitions around them. I would encourage you, India, to make sure that that you and Janet understand what those rules and regs are, and that the board understands what they are. And that I hope you have a collaborative relationship with these two guys so that they know what they should and shouldn't say, just to keep things appropriate. Okay. Last thing I want to talk about, and then I'm going to stop for questions and answers. I want to talk about the perils of social media, the many perils of social media. And probably the single most important thing I can tell you about social media is don't blog anonymously. I mean, you look at what's going on in the different blogs, and you see people saying the stupidest things, all right, things that are incorrect, things that are just outright falsehoods. Do not be tempted to get a fake or new Gmail address or borrow your spouse's Gmail or Yahoo address and say and pretend to be somebody else, because there are ways to ferret out your IP address. In fact, just look and see what's going on in Beechwood right now. They've got a lawsuit going on about exactly that same thing. There are ways to figure out who you are, and if they find out that it was you from your office, it was a computer used at this agency, all right, or they find out it was actually you, you have put this agency in jeopardy because you have lied. You've lied, all right, and you got caught. Don't do that. If you see stuff on the internet that you are so angry about and feel must be responded to, that's when you make that phone call to Bob and say, Bob, I want you to see this. And he is trained about how to handle something like that. I mean, I could go on and on about the internet, but that's really probably the most important thing I can tell you with that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop here. I have some handouts that we're going to send you. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. I have one more piece to this. I completely forgot. Ambush interviews. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I love ambush interviews. I love them. They're great. Don't you love it when you're watching TV and the reporter comes in and, to the restaurant and busts, the chef for having, 55, safety violations. Don't you love that? All right. Well, you probably don't love it here, but I love it at home. Well, we put together there certainly exists the possibility that any of you could be ambushed. All right, when you're getting out of your car, when you're coming out of your office, because some reporter has decided that they can't get the information from somewhere else, they want to get it from you, Mayor. All right, so get the ambush. So we put together a short little video on how to handle an ambush interview. So I'm going to go ahead and play that for you right now.
It's happened to me, and it's happened to just about every PR person on the face of the earth. Your client comes up to you and asks, how can you guarantee that I can get on TV? Well, I managed TV newsrooms for 20 years, and here are a few techniques that I've seen work every time. You can run away from the reporter as fast as you can. Grab the videographer's camera and wrestle with it. You can jump in your car and floor it. You could slam the door in the reporter's face. We usually see this kind of behavior when people are ambushed by a TV reporter. I can tell you that nothing made me more gleeful in a newsroom than a reporter skipping into the newsroom with an ear-to-ear grin telling me, you got to see this one. And then they play back video of them chasing some poor sap into a building or around a car. Usually the whole newsroom winds up gathering around to watch. So guess what video is edited into each and every promotional spot that day? And guess what video is edited into each and every follow-up story that gets done? It just doesn't have to be this way. The best way to handle an ambush interview, don't give the reporter anything they can use. If you're getting in your car and suddenly a microphone is stuck in your face and a red-faced reporter is shouting provocative questions at you, take a deep breath and as politely and calmly as you can, get out of your car and say, I will be glad to talk about this. I can't do it right now, but I can meet you in 15 minutes. And if the reporter insists, repeat it again. Is that exciting TV? Of course not. The reporter probably won't use it in their story. So keep your cool. Buy yourself a little time to prepare. Do the interview in a neutral location. If you try it, you may turn an ambush interview into an opportunity for you to deliver meaningful messages.
One of my wife's cousins is Tom Merriman. Remember Tom, the investigative reporter from Fox 8? So I was talking to Tom one day, this is a number of years ago, and I said, Tommy, let me ask you a question. When you go out to interview somebody, and somebody, to get answers to questions, and somebody tries to run you over in their car or push off the front porch or kill you, does somebody, do you get in trouble because you didn't get the interview? And he looked at me and he said, are you kidding me? He said, somebody tries to kill me and we get it on videotape. He said, I get a bonus. He said, that's the money shot. I said, so in other words, what you're saying to me is sometimes you're really not out to get answers to a question. You're out to just really get file footage, film footage. And he says, yeah, that's the case. So I said, oh, well, let me ask you. Okay, so I said, Tommy, let's do a little role playing. Okay, let's pretend I'm getting out of my car and I turn around. I go, you jump out and you shove the microphone and the camera and the lights in my face. And I say, oh, well, who are you? Oh, you're Tom Merriman. You're the investigative reporter. How can I help you? Oh, you're working on a story on what's your worst case nightmare here? I got it. You're working on a story on child pornography on all the computers at RTA. Oh, I'd be happy to talk about that. So of course, if it were you or me or anybody thinking, oh my God, this is horrible, this is awful. Tom, I'd be happy to talk to you about this. All right, but we need to do it tomorrow. All right, Tom says, oh, Bruce, I'm on deadline right now. The public has a right to know. I got to do the interview now. Tom, I'd be happy to talk to you tomorrow. If not, well, how about 2 hours from now back at the office? Oh, but the public has a right to know. I said, Tom, I'm happy to talk to you, but not here and now. And Tom said, stop. He said, what are you doing? I said, I'm negotiating terms of my ambush interview. Tom said, you can't do that. I said, why? He said, because that's unusable film footage. He said, I can't use that. Light bulb goes off on top of Bruce's head. And that has led to the advice that we give people. We tell people, if you are getting ambush interviewed, you stand there and you say over and over again, even board members, I'd be happy to talk to you, but not here and not now. All right, let's do it and arrange for another time and another place. Now, you may get back, and then, of course, you immediately get to the phone, and you call India, and you call Bob, and the decision may be made that you are not doing that interview, all right? And it may be appropriate for the for the news person to stand in front of the building to say, they promised us an interview, but they reneged. I'm not suggesting you do that, but that may be more acceptable. I mean, that is a strategic decision that should be made not while the camera is running, right? But the way you handle an ambush interview is just, like I said, is to say that over and over again, because they'll keep while you're saying that, they'll keep the film rolling, the camera rolling, but you're never going to see that on TV because it's unusable film footage. It won't be used. You're going to ask a question. Yes, ma'am.
We could go through the whole thing, what RTA is going to do, but what does the board member? And in an ambush interview, by the way, so far that has not happened in my over 10 years of the board on the board that anyone is that interested in what I have to say. But like I can't. Someone says, "Oh, can you go?" We'll deflect it, and I'll say 2 hours. I mean, we all have our own integrity. So if I say I'm going to meet in 2 hours, then I'm putting that deadline that I'm going to meet with that reporter in 2 hours because I.
Okay, I don't disagree. You're right.
So
you make a very good point.
How can I do that when I don't even know what's going to be going on in RTA and what support I'm going to get here? So we have to, I guess what I want to say is something realistic. Is I can't, maybe the answer is I can't meet with you today and do. But if I say I'm going to meet tomorrow, I'm going to do it. Because then
you make a very good point. So maybe it's more appropriate to say, and Bob, you could probably come up with a list of 3 or 4 phrases that could be used and distribute that to the board. I'm happy to. I would like to help you, but you really need to talk to so and so and make no promises except the fact that I will have what's your deadline? I will have somebody get back to you by that time, and that's the only promise that you make. I mean, think about this. Why do reporters do ambush interviews? I mean, who never gets ambush interviewed? Who never, ever gets ambush interviewed? Victims. Who gets ambush interviewed? Villains. The mere fact that they are ambushing you means they've decided that you are the villain. That's the only reason they do ambush interviews. They're already done with their story. They just need your piece, all right, or India's piece. You know, they just need that one more piece, all right? Now, if they get answers to their questions, that goes one way, all right? But if you push the camera out of the way, like we've seen so many elected officials do and government officials do, push the camera out of the way, I'm not answering your questions, and you give them that film footage, they're just as happy because they're just going to slip that in. They are done putting that package together. They just need that one more piece. So yes, say what I don't want you to say anything that's not true. Mayor.
As Bay Village is one of your clients,
Just turned it off.
you know, as Bay Village is one of your clients, and I've gone through this training before with your team, I think to Karen's point, and I've been in that situation multiple times of ambush interview where you say, listen, we'd be happy to get back to you. You know, generically, it's just I've got an appointment I need to honor right now, and we can set up a time that works for everyone, and not open it, you know, not give a specific time, and we'd like to get back to you. Yeah, I'm sure the RTA would like to get back to you, then maybe it's kick the bob, and so you're not committing yourself,
yes,
but you are sending the same general message. Let's find an agreeable time. Some of those cases, they have a deadline. They say, well, then we're not interested. You know, they walk away. Sometimes they keep prodding, but in all instances, my experience, that's work to say, let's find an agreeable time. Let's sit down and talk, and let me understand what questions you're going to ask, because I'd like to be prepared so I can give you the most information possible. And it's been good in a generic sense.
You know, but also keep in mind, as when you get interviewed like that or pushed like that because you are mayor of your community, you've got the ability and the authority and the responsibility to respond, usually. All right, but when they are approaching you as board members, all right, the dynamic is a little bit different. All right, so it really is, the longer you spend with them, the more likely it's going to be that you're going to say something that you probably wish you hadn't said or shouldn't have said. Lauren.
And as somebody who's been digitally ambushed, I will say that what I like to do is say that I respect our leadership team and the work that they're doing, and would like to, you know, delegate these questions to them who can best assist you in answering these questions, because they are literally the people doing the day-to-day work. And,
right,
you know, I try and use, you know, this kind of language around respecting leadership, because we're governance, right? And I think sometimes
right,
as a board, people get on these boards and it's like, you know, our job is to do governance, not to do people's jobs who are already in that position. But I also understand it from the other viewpoint, as somebody who's in comms. You know, I'm like, why are they going to the board? Come to me and ask me, right, the questions. And so
yeah,
I respect leadership enough to say, here.
One of the things that we often tell our clients is that we never submit and we never say yes to an interview simply to answer questions. We say yes to an interview to make our points, which is different than just answering questions. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't want our clients to answer questions. I mean, you know, we've all heard, you know, politicians say, well, before I answer that question, I want to talk about X, Y, Z, and they never come back to the original question. I don't know, but I hate that. You probably hate that too, because you know we're getting spun. That is spin, all right? We tell our clients, if a question is legal, moral, and ethical to be answered, answer the damn question, all right? But we didn't consent to the interview strategically merely to answer questions. We did it to make our points. But that means you need to know what your points are, all right? And I don't know about you, I'm not that good at thinking on my feet. If I'm going to do an interview, I want to have some idea of what the interview is going to be about. Even if the reporter doesn't give me a list of questions, I want 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour to think about, what are my points? If I'm going to do that interview with somebody, what are the 2 or 3 or 4 things I want the reporter and that reporter's audience to know? So when I answer a question, it may be very appropriate to use a bridging phrase to answer the question and then to pivot over, but what the taxpayers really need to know is, and to get that out there. But if all of a sudden you get a phone call, or and not even an ambush, you just get a phone call or they come to your office and you start answering questions, you are behind the 8 ball because they are practiced interviewers, all right? You are not, all right? You need time to decide what is it that I want to say, and that means giving some thought. When we've got the time, one of my favorite exercises with a client is to create what we call a Q&A document, where we'll say to the client, okay, for the next 5-10 minutes, let's try to think of every single question that the reporter is likely to ask us. Every question. What are the 5 questions that they'll never ask? They wouldn't even know to ask. You know what? We better come up with the answers to those questions so we don't look like a deer caught in a headlight. And then we go through that. Then, after we have all the questions, then we go through and start putting the answers in. Again, this is not about spin. This is not about misleading reporters. It is not about refusing to answer things. It's about giving reporters, which also means the public, it's about giving them the information they need and giving especially, and when you can take the time to take those answers and boil them down, all right, in a form, it makes it more likely that the reporter is going to use that answer. Because if you give a reporter an answer that's that long, what are they going to do with it? They're going to edit it, all right? Answers like whether it's the Plain Dealer or whether it's Channel 5. You know, when was the last time you saw somebody on Channel 5, speak for 2 minutes uninterrupted? 1962. I mean, everything now is short sound bites. So it is really incumbent upon you, if you're going to answer questions, to work with Bob to say, what are those answers? Let's boil them down. Let's get them into those tight sound bites so that whether it is appropriate for you to deliver those answers, or India or somebody else, that they're in a format that the reporter is going to be able to use. Yes?
Just a quick comment. This is really good conversation. I'm happy that we're talking through it. Just a quick informational item. When we as an authority respond back to media, it's a collaborative process, just as information for board members as well. So we go through, we start out with a larger chain. So when Bob has a question, and he probably, I don't know, Bob, you've been averaging how many a week? 5 or 6 a week, and these are the major ones, right? It could be from anywhere nationally, if it's Mass Transit Magazine and want to get a clarification, all the way down to a new beat reporter that has never seen a rail yard. So we get those, and we usually vet them through legal for accuracy, vet them through operations for fact checking a couple times, because it can change, especially if it's involving transit police or a video or an incident, something like that. And then, of course, it comes through me for final approval and kind of wordsmithing, thinking about the political nature, if that's involved and that kind of thing. I can say, since I've been here and even before, it is fantastic when I get a call from a board member and say, hey, I've got X, Y, and Z outlet that's asking me about blah, blah, blah. How should I approach it? Because usually it's a collaborative process to figure out the detail of the incident or whatever they're asking about so that you can intelligently respond. I always prefer for the board member to be able to give that response if it's appropriate, because you want to be able to follow through, because you have the power of being a board member. So I don't want to silence your position. But if it is something that looks like it's a gotcha or it's something that's kind of layered, then I would rather we take it on, especially if it's in litigation or something like that. So I will say, just want to put that out there. We go through a really arduous process, but we do it really fast.
I was just going to add that. You've got to really speed that up.
Yeah, we kind of drop what we're doing depending on what's happening, and it's got to be done. And it's very rare that we don't return things back before deadline. It usually is done within a couple hours, if not, if it's minutes. We make sure we do something.
I was teaching a similar class to a group of lawyers, and a lawyer sticks his hand up and says, "Do you mean to tell me I'm supposed to drop everything that I'm doing to take care of some damn reporter?" And I said, "Yeah." That's exactly what I'm telling you. If you want to have your voice in there and you want to control that story as much as possible, yes, you need to drop what you're doing and prioritize what that reporter wants. We've got time for just 1 or 2 more quick questions that I want to tell you about the handouts that we'll send you. And anybody, I want to respect your time. here. All right, well, then let me talk about the handouts here real quick. We have a newsletter. If you liked what you heard here today, our newsletter comes out twice a month. It's just an extension of everything I've been talking about. It's best practices, it's links to videos, it's white papers. We read scores of publications, hundreds of articles every month. We boil them down to like 5 or 10 per issue, and we deliver them to you. And it's about communications. It's about how you stand, how you present yourself. We have a lot of articles lately about female empowerment. It's all about staying in control of the message. If you'd like to get our newsletter, any of you here in the room, just give me your business card or anybody at home watching right now, send an email to hennis@crisiscommunications.com and just put subscribe on there, and we will get that newsletter out to you. I am going to send you on the left side, I was interviewed a couple of years ago by an American Bar Association publication about iterative journalism. This article goes into much more detail than I had time to do. For those of you here in the audience, you're going to get a little card here, and just as I'm leaving, I'll hand it out to everybody. This is what I call the what to do if you're accosted by a reporter card, because it opens up, my entire presentation is on this card. All right, everything I've talked about is on here, including the bridging phrases that I talked about. And if for the handouts, I've got a PDF in there, so anyone who asks for the handout, you will get a copy of that as well. I wrote an article for the National Law Review last year about law firm and bar association reputation. But if you substitute the word RTA for every mention of a law firm or a bar association, it's very applicable to you. The bottom thing there is an article that we wrote for the National Law Review. Every PR firm in the country now says they do crisis communications. It is really a different discipline than the traditional practice of PR, and you can read this and you'll get more detail on why. We also wrote an article about mergers, acquisitions, and management transitions. As I said at the beginning of my presentation, not everything is a crisis situation. So we wrote about that for Crane's Cleveland Business. This is something that's relatively new for us. I was recently given an academic appointment. I am an assistant professor at the Scripps School of Communications down at Ohio University. And the class that you just heard right now, if you'd like, you can convert this class into 1 free credit hour towards getting a graduate certificate at Ohio University in crisis communications. So if that's something that might interest one of you, please get in touch with me, and you can claim your free credit hour for the class that you just received. And I think that's it. So India, thank you very much. Natoya, thank you very much for the invitation. And I wish you all well. And again, thank you for the work that you do for our community. All right? Okay.
Thanks, Bruce. We appreciate it. Hopefully this was helpful and engaging. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break, and then we'll be back with the next section on ethics and administration.
I'll get them on this side, okay?
At 10:40, we got 1 minute. We'll get started again.
Go ahead. Okay. Good morning, President Lucas, Vice President Moss, board members, Ms. Birdsong Terry, and staff. I'm Melinda D'Angelo. I'm the Director of Procurement here at RTA. I was asked to provide you with a very brief overview in hopes of giving you a quick summary of who procurement is, what we do, how we do it, and the reasons why. Since this is going to be a short presentation, I'll be around the rest of the morning and for questions, and I'm always available by phone or email, as many of you reach out to me when you do have questions, which I'm happy to answer when able. The mission of the procurement department is to efficiently procure GCRTA goods, services, and capital improvements in a manner consistent with the GCRTA procurement policies and procedures, federal and state regulations to effectively administer all purchases and contracts. This is a copy of my current org chart. Many of these names will look familiar because you see them coming before you at every committee meeting to present their upcoming procurements. Move this microphone. The department is broken up into essentially 4 sections: services, fleet, construction engineering, and most recently, the program contract managers. They're a team of procurement professionals with a variety of experience and backgrounds. About half of my staff have approximately 10 or more years experience at RTA, with the bulk of it being in procurement. I actually have spent my entire career in procurement field. I've been here 25 years. Prior to that, I was in the private sector procuring torpedoes for Westinghouse at the time, so I was familiar with naval contracts, which is how I got the job here to begin with. So I have benefited from succession planning here at RTA, the initiatives, and I continue to support and encourage that process in hopes of securing future leaders within my own department. I started in the contract administrative area and the services area when I first got here, so just want to put that plug because I have a really, really good staff, in my opinion. So, professional procurement training is included in all department staff performance appraisals and can include negotiations, contract administration, legal aspects, and other public contracting courses. The courses are offered by the National Transit Institute and the National Institute of Government Purchasing, the NIGP. Everyone in my department is a member of the local chapter of the NIGP. It's called PPANO, the Public Purchasers Association of Northern Ohio. Included in this are most northeast of public agencies, the sewer district, the city of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, the school district, city of Westlake, city of Canton, etc. The members are encouraged to study and test to become certified public buyers. So far, my Sean and my Jonathan have received those certifications, and others are working towards it. Because GCRTA spends public dollars, the process used to procure and spend these monies is highly regulated. Reverend Lucas, I'll keep trying to keep you awake here because we're going over the dry stuff. Procurement is one of the most frequently audited departments, which includes federal, state, ODOT, et cetera. You may also be aware that RTA is currently scheduled for a triennial review this year. Procurement is always one of the key areas that auditors focus on. We don't make the rules, but we're here to try and help everyone follow them. We're governed by the regulations, laws, and policies listed on this slide: the ORC, the FTA circular, the FAR, Buy America, and our own policies and procedures. The policies were approved last time by the board in April of 2019. The FTA circular is what I consider, and our legal department, Ms. Anna sitting over there, as our Bible. It provides the majority of our guidelines for third-party contracting, and those guidelines are reflected in our solicitation documents and our contract templates. Those documents and our procurement manual are reviewed very regularly by both myself and Anna, Senior Counsel, Contracts, Real Estate, and Administrative Law, who's sitting over there in the red, to make sure our procedures are in line with current updates provided by FTA. As I said before, procurement policies are approved by the board. Procedures do not require approval. Purchasing thresholds dictate how we are to procure, and the standards that are set are the regulations I just talked to you about. Everything follows those standards. This is what gets audited. So the micro purchases are equal or less than $2,500. Staff tries to receive minimum of 3 verbal written quotes on any given solicitation. Small purchases currently are $2,501, up to and equal to $100,000. These procurements do not require Board of Trustees or General Manager approval. And we do try to get a minimum of 3 quotes on the RFQs, small purchase IFBs, and also on the RFP process follows the same as the large. The only difference is some of the regulations, some of the certifications we need for the larger RFPs, and it also doesn't come before the board. Large procurements are anything over $100,000. Based on the regulations, we advertise in 2 publications for 2 consecutive weeks at a 30-day minimum, which is a requirement. And as you know, you're asked every month to approve by resolution those contracts. Over the course of the year, procurement will bring an average of 55 to 65 large contracts before you for recommendation and approval. Probably seems like more or less, but that's about the average for what we bring for you. There's the invitation for bid. You normally, in the large procurement, you're going to see IFBs and RFPs. We mentioned the resolutions. Just very briefly, an invitation for bid is used for the acquisition of goods or services that can be touched, counted, or measured. I always say like tangibles. Strong emphasis is on the specifications and the requirements. We award to the lowest priced, responsive, and responsible bidder. Price is the most important criteria, and we open these bids in a public setting. The RFP, most important, it's a confidential process. As soon as we post the RFP, all contact goes strictly to the contract administrator until we award the contract. Emphasis is on qualifications, skills, expertise, and experience. We award the proposal which is the most advantageous, price, and all other factors considered to the RTA. The evaluation panel includes stakeholders, both voting and non-voting. And we evaluate against criteria, and price is only a portion of that evaluation criteria. The only difference in the RFP process would be when we solicit for design services. You've heard the Brooks Act mentions from my construction engineering contract administrators. When they bring, just about every month, they bring something to you for that. Architectural engineering services must follow this process as defined in the U.S. Code Section 541. It also is a confidential process. However, it's the selection of the most technically qualified firm without consideration for price. So you're reviewing the technical proposals first. You're not looking at the price. Once the evaluation panel selects who they feel is the most technically qualified, then they request the pricing proposal from that selected recommended vendor, and they review and they negotiate with the selected firm. If they can't come to an agreement, and all efforts are, done and over with, we then go to the next technically most qualified vendor, and we ask for their pricing proposal, and we start negotiating there in hopes of getting a vendor that we can recommend and bring to the board. The evaluation panel, like the other RFPs, includes stakeholders, both voting and non-voting. And in the Brooks Act, we use an established set of evaluation criteria. So when you get your summary of awards every month, you'll see in the, if you read them, the first, it talks about this criteria. You'll notice in a Brooks Act, it's always the exact standard, same 6 criteria. Allowable non-procurement, our non-competitive procurements are under the ORC 30643. It's under H, which is a specific part under the third-party contracting. I can use this, or we can use this when we have emergency procurements. We also can use for sole source when all efforts, there's only one source that's readily for items or services that are reasonably available, proprietary equipment, software, licensing, et cetera. I spoke to a little bit about that previously. I think about 75% are on software right now. Purchase substantially involves services of a personal, professional, highly technical, or scientific nature. Cooperative purchasing, both state and federal, and also intergovernmental agreements. The one point I wanted to make about cooperative purchasing programs, that they are competitive contracts. They're just not solicited by us. They're solicited by the state of Ohio, and under ORCH 4, we are allowed to utilize those contracts if applicable to what we're looking for. There is such a large amount of information that I could speak to you as it relates to procurement and our processes. However, in the interest of time, I thought we would provide a little bit more detail on how it relates to recent questions from board members regarding our efforts that we take to encourage competition as a staff and as an organization. As required in our Bible, advertise as appropriate on GCRTA websites and local newspapers, minority media, trade journals, national media, etc. The notice of procurement is sent to potential bidders and proposers from lists provided by the project office and Office of Business Development, our own procurement history and internal spreadsheets that we keep and share with each other. Other transit agencies, ODOT, et cetera. We utilize the Cranes journals for local listings of AE firms, et cetera, to try and make sure that we're expanding the list as much as possible and to reach out. We hold pre-bid and pre-proposal conferences to help clarify the process, answer questions, and provide networking opportunities. We find that these are very beneficial because you can bring all parties that might be interested together on site. Sometimes at a job site, they might want to see what it involves. So our engineering staff will take them to the job site so they know what they're bidding on. They can ask questions, get a little bit more information. A lot of times, minority businesses are looking to do business with RTA. We'll show up at those to try and network and look to somebody that might want to be willing to subcontract with them. We also have learn to do business sessions. We hold them monthly, and we invite current and new potential vendors to learn about RTA procurement and DBE requirements and processes. In addition to the Learn to Do Business sessions, procurement staff also participates with Carl and his Office of Business Development to educate minority and small businesses on our processes and provide them with information relating to upcoming procurements. We find that that's very beneficial because it can be hard to navigate, and especially with small businesses, sometimes it takes a little extra explanations to talk about different forms and how you go through the process. Carl has a whole other program, which I believe he's spoken to the board about, and how they go through their certification processes. Some of the interested parties that we report on in our resolutions that download the solicitation from the website are clearinghouses. They share the solicitations to additional vendors that could be interested in participating but might not have gotten the word out on our websites or through other communications. And just the fact that we do seem to keep getting a lot of high number of downloads from interested parties, we believe is evidence that the procurement process is working as we intended as far as our reach out efforts. We do try very hard to ensure that we're trying to get as much competition as we can. We truly do. And just lastly, the reasons given for no bid, no proposal. I know I spoke to this in a memo recently, but I just thought I wanted to highlight it again, if you wouldn't mind. The procurement contract administrators do poll the vendors that download or email the solicitation to get reasons why they chose not to bid propose. When we post a project, the software that we post on provides emails to the contract administrators. So we're always getting a feed as to who's downloading. And in order to download the package, they have to provide the contract administrator with their contact information. So whenever we have addendums or anything changes in the package as we're moving forward, we're making sure that we're including all that information to everybody that has shown interest. So those interested parties are reviewing everything as they're going through the process. And it's at that time when they start looking at the package is where they're usually making their decisions on whether they're going to bid or not or spend the time. It might be complex. So some of the reasons we receive have included too low of an estimate. Estimates are not provided on RFPs, but they are provided on bids, so they know what the estimates are. don't have expertise, limited manpower. They don't have local presence, high DBE goal assignments. A lot of projects we have rail shutdown schedules, and sometimes they can't work around those. Or they find that sometimes we're supposed to have a shutdown, and then for whatever reason we don't have the shutdown, and then they might not have the manpower available during that time. So it causes them a little bit of scheduling with their own personnel. Personnel shortages, we've noticed that has increased highly since COVID. Insurance requirements, high inflation costs, and difficult supply chain issues. That has been a big one in the last few years, especially for the folks in my fleet department and all my two, as I showed you, assistant contract administrators out at fleet are my inventory buyers, and they both probably place about 3,000 purchase orders a year. So it's a heavy volume. So this concludes my overview. If not mentioned before, legal and procurement work hand in hand to provide guidance on a magnitude of inquiries. Sometimes the guidance isn't what you may want to hear, but our answers will be based on existing regulations. We do our best, we truly do our best to assist within the parameters that we're given. If you have a project in mind, and it could be a result of expenditure or receipt of monies, because revenue also we have to solicit, procurement should be one of your first calls. A successful procurement starts with a good solicitation package that is provided by the project office at the request of the general manager. A core team including training, legal, procurement, engineering, and operations created a project manager training program. Anyone who is or will be involved in managing projects, procurement or otherwise, will be required to take this class. The information provided in the training program will include a wide variety of topics, including what is required to initiate a procurement. And I'm telling you, we're really looking forward to that rollout. Again, when there's questions, feel free, please ask. We'd rather answer the questions up front than later. And again, you all have my number, you have my email. I am more than happy to address any other concerns or questions today or any other time that you have on any kind of procurement. So, anybody?
Thanks, Melinda. Appreciate the update. Yeah, I think it's definitely important. We've got a lot of projects that are flowing through the authority and then coming in front of you for review and approval. So I would invite you all to just pepper the staff today and even offline if you'd like with any questions that you may have. Melinda is here to help and to provide clarity.
Anna's also here too if there's questions on the legal part of it too. We do work very closely with legal. Karen? Well, I would have to receive the request before I can purchase them.
This is how you turn it. Just hold it down.
Okay. Just a couple follow-through questions is on so things that are under $2,500 make sense that
micro purchase,
right? That we don't do that. But about how do we consider office supplies, for example? Each one may be under $2,500 at micro, but collectively it's more than $100,000. So how do we handle that internally?
We don't have contracts for office supplies anymore. We used to, but years and years ago with the MSOT of the purchasing card, each division has budgeted amounts approved by the board early on for that section of the budget, and they utilize their purchasing cards to purchase office supplies. They can compete it off, the website, whether it's Office Max, et cetera, et cetera. Anything with furniture and other types of things have to go through a regular procurement process through Cherie, who's in our support services area.
So we don't necessarily think that collectively that we could get a better deal, like dealing with Office Max for office supplies for
we didn't.
Supplies?
We weren't, because now the P card
is competitive.
Correct. Actually, and now with so many things online and the purchasing card, they still have to purchasing card process. Raj will be talking about it. Is taken out of the procurement area, so it's easier and less cost. It's more cost effective for RTA, but they still are required to get 3 estimates on even their purchasing cards. So they're actually competing themselves, yes, for materials.
Okay, and then my other question was, I know that we have these evaluation panels.
Yes.
And this is just a question, I guess, that I recently have started to think about that was never explained. There's voting and non-voting members.
Correct.
Who are voting, who's non-voting, and how is that decided?
Okay, that's my decision. The project office will provide which we do ask for them to give us an idea who is going, first of all, who's going to be the project manager, who's always a voting member, most parts, and then for the most part, a couple exceptions, but they're not recently, they will provide us who they believe should be sitting on the panel, voting and non-voting, depending on, it could be 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, depending on the project. It varies. When I get the proposal for their evaluation panel through my contract administrator, we discuss, and the point to be made is that we cannot and should not have more than 50% from any one given division voting members on the panel. Now, say Mike, who's not here, might say, well, Joe, Kirk, and 3 engineers really have a lot of information on this bridge. I really want all 3 on that panel. Well, if that's the case, that can be, but if there's only going to be 4 voting members on the panel, or we don't want to sway the votes into the engineering, we have to make sure it's less than 50%. So I'll say, well, 1 could be a non-voter. So you still are getting the expertise in discussions, but you're not getting all the votes. So you try and balance 50%, no more than 50% on the, say, the project office area, and then you try and bring other stakeholders. Most times we try and bring somebody in from Kay's team, the budget, because they're able to navigate the budget. There might be, depending on if it's an office, we might bring in somebody from facilities on an office. It depends on what we're buying and who we feel is going to be informed and well-informed enough to vote. There might be other resources. Non-voters are procurement, legal, Office of Business Development. Carl's is always invited to the panel, whether he participates. It depends on what there's goals. So that kind of is how we navigate it. If there's a tie and there can't be a decision made, then that's when the contract administrator will step in, and they usually cast the final vote after the best and finals and everything come through. So, but it's my decision to approve the panels ultimately. You're welcome. Anybody else have any questions? Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Melinda. At this time, we'll move over to the P-card portion of the presentation, and we've got Raj Gotham, who is our Deputy of Finance.
All right. Reverend Lucas, members of the board, good morning. As Cynthia just stated, my name is Raj Gotham, and I serve as the DGM of Finance. I've been asked to provide an overview of the P-card, or the purchasing card program, and also talk a little bit about the travel P-card. So I think we'll start off just as a quick introduction to the P-card program as to what really a purchasing card or a P-card is. It is a Visa credit card issued by the bank that we are in a relationship with for employees to make allowable purchases of goods and services of $2,500 or less on behalf of RTA. Melinda just talked about the micro purchase amount, and this is to simplify the procurement for small items that helps the authority in the efficiency with which we can obtain these items. Each purchasing card, it is issued with controls that include a single transaction threshold and an annual spending limit. So it's the spending limit, and I'll talk about that. There's a slide that comes up later, but let me just kind of talk about the single transaction threshold. Because we are looking for a maximum of 2,500 in purchases, the single transaction threshold is really 2,500, so you should not be going over that. The annual spending limit is something that is established by the budgeting process, and it varies from department to department based on history or whatever else the factors may be based on business needs. And we also provide the sales tax exemption information on these P cards so that we are not charged any sales tax from which RTA is exempt. Several policies govern the P cards, so those are listed and they are included in the package, in the hard copy package that you have. We have Administrative Procedure 043. We have the procurement manual, which is not part of your package because that's a pretty bulky item, and that was provided to you, I think, during the orientation or when newer board members come on the board. And of course, the super circular is not included in that package because that's also a lot of information. But all the other administrative procedures and policies that I will be making reference to are included in your package. So a little history on the ruling that we had received back in May 2020 from the Ohio Ethics Commission, which I broke it, which essentially stated that an authority board member, officer, or employee of GCRTA whose duties for the authority include negotiating or authorized contracts with financial service institutions and providers should not be getting any rewards from those credit card companies, et cetera. And these rewards can obviously be mileage or hotel points or cashback programs, et cetera. And I think to deal with this particular issue is when we had taken the step of issuing travel-only P cards for those of us who do travel on business, so that you don't end up using inadvertently your personal card that may have some rewards and then be in a violation or a non-compliance with the ethics ruling. So the affected positions are listed here. They, of course, include the members of the Board of Trustees, the General Manager, CEO, the DGM of Legal Affairs, attorneys in the legal department who negotiate or review the contracts, DGM of Finance, cash manager, director of procurement, and those contract administrators who handle procurements for financial related services. So the purpose of the travel P card obviously is to ensure compliance with the Ethics Commission ruling. And it is to pay for incidental expenses when traveling, for the board members especially. Payments for the hotels, flights, and conference registrations will be made by GCRTA administrative staff prior to your travel. So incidental expenses may largely include cabs, baggage fees, meals, etc. So there is a travel policy and procedures. Once again, this should be included in the package that you have in front of you, Code Book Chapter 656, and the previously referenced Administrative Procedure 043. Included in your monthly board package is a listing of the entities with which we have banking and financial relationships, and this is provided as information so that if they are the cards that have issued the credit cards for your personal use, etc., so you know that those are the cards that would be in question. As I indicated, they are included monthly in your board package as part of the Treasury Report section. That information is reproduced here in a slightly different format than what you get monthly. But these are the institutions and the nature of the relationship that we have with each one of these banks or other financial organizations. So the travel P card process overview. So we have a P card administrator within the accounting department who retains the travel P cards for safekeeping. Those would be issued and given to you prior to traveling, and she will make sure that a completed travel reimbursement request form will need to be on file with the appropriate approvals. The P card is then released to the traveler prior to travel. When travel concludes, the P card needs to be immediately returned to the executive assistant to the board, and it'll get routed back to the P card administrator. What we will do and what we have done in the past is prior to any board-related travel, et cetera, we will, of course, provide additional training to kind of go over some of these things. And Teresa, in a later presentation, will be talking about the documentation, et cetera, that would be required. Already talked about the controls, the annual spending limit that is established, the single purchase limit we have already talked about. So the P card is a credit card, and obviously the cardholder is the only person who is authorized to make purchases using that P card. Sharing or lending the P card or the P card number obviously will result in revocation of the P card, and the cardholder is responsible for what is spent on the P card. Several items are on the restricted list. These are some of the items that are specifically restricted. Alcoholic beverages, cash advances, grant purchases. What that means is that these are the items that would be reimbursable under a grant. Traffic violations, personal purchases, medical services, split purchases, capital expenditures, and transactions over $2,500 that we talked about previously. While traveling, if you happen to lose or have your purchase card stolen, the number that needs to be called is 1-800-685-4039. Of course, you could also reach out to the P-card administrator via Teresa, and we'll make sure that that gets appropriately addressed. As you may recall from various internal audit presentations, P-card activity is subject to a continuous audit script. So both the internal audit as well as the P-card administrator do review these transactions individually and as a whole. This typically includes a review to make sure that the sign-offs were appropriate, the original purchase documentation is uploaded and saved in the file folder, the expenses incurred had a business purpose, the use of the P-card was not for any restricted items, and use of the P-card was not for any split transactions. When in possession of a P-card, if you have any questions, Teresa Barrage and Sierra Williams, their data is provided to you. You can reach out. You can, of course, reach out to any one of us and would be happy to assist. Any questions that I can answer?
Hi, Raj.
Hello, sir.
Just wondering for kind of my own office, the advantages or, the pros and cons. We kind of have people do it personally and then, ask for the reimbursement. But I'm just wondering, should we be looking towards P-card rather than, how do you see what we're doing kind of versus what?
So I think we're a different entity.
Okay.
Which is governed by a whole bunch of different rules and regulations, et cetera, than perhaps your entity would be. I mean, in my previous life, it didn't matter, right? Go ahead and charge. If you earn miles, that's okay. But that's not okay in this environment, especially with the Ethics Commission's position that we have that was issued in May 2020. These are higher standards than one would expect in a non-governmental entity, if I could just say it that way.
Yeah. No, and ours is kind of DOL regulated too, but we've been advised to just let the person individually incur the charge and then ask for a reimbursement that they have to sign that is audited. But it's another layer for us. Is that the way you see it?
That would be, and I think I may have to do a little bit more research to give you a more intelligent answer in your DOL requirements that you've just thrown in. So that, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add when you're done.
Okay. No, feel free.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. As Raj said, we are a different entity. We are a public agency. And first of all, the lion's share of our documents are public records. The lion's share of our communications are. And one of the things we don't want to do is to create, to make people's personal records part of our business records. And so by having the P cards, you don't have to then turn over your own credit card records and all of that. And we're redacting personal credit card numbers and all that sort of thing. And so by having the P card, it's clear that what you're charging to that is business related, and the receipts and everything go with that are records that can go to us And if somebody makes a request for those documents, it is RTA's records and not somebody's personal credit card or information that is being supplied. You know, there are occasions when we do have to get somebody's personal records, but it becomes the exception rather than the norm. And so that's one of the reasons that we do it, because we want to make sure we comply with public records and don't create this intrusion into people's individual stuff. And that's also why we encourage people who have RTA cell phones and other things to use those, to use your RTA email when we're communicating, because otherwise you then, when you use your personal email and the likes, that you create an opportunity and even a necessity to maybe have to turn over your personal stuff to a requester because it's used for business.
No, that makes sense. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And one thing that I did not indicate, going back to the P card, the overall entity P cards, not just the travel-related P cards, those positions that are authorized to use those P cards are approved to the board. We typically bring a resolution to the board once a year. If any changes need to be made, new positions due to restructuring or promotions, what the board actually approves are the positions, not the individuals. So if a person is promoted into a different role, well, and who had the previous card, that may necessarily not require us to come back for board approval, but if the title gets changed as part of some restructuring, et cetera, we will come back. In fact, we have plans of bringing a resolution to you in February to have 3 or 4 new P card requests as part of the process. Any other questions? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. I appreciate that. Definitely important as we have a lot of travel. We'll get into that section a little later in the afternoon to talk about upcoming conferences and give you the most updated information so that we can start to plan out for 2023. That's also important to the budget. Let's move forward to the, do you have anything additional on budget? Or we? In the afternoon. Okay, just want to make sure.
Go through that right now, if that makes sense.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget that piece.
That's after the lunch break.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll move over to Janet. I believe that we're up for board governance overview, and this is a recap of the board's role, and then also a little bit of discussion on the bylaws and code book before we go into executive session. Thanks.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
To President Lucas, to the board, and to General Manager Birdsong Terry. Good to see everyone. Good to see you before lunch, because I know what happens when lawyers get up and talk and people just kind of doze. But that's okay, that's quite all right. My name is Janet Burney. I'm the new General Counsel for RTA, and it's really a pleasure to be here this morning to share some things with you. I just want to kind of mention a couple things, or want to tie into some things that Bruce Hennis said. I do want to certainly thank him for his presentation about the media and about transparency and about staying connected with the community when questions are asked about different activities and events and incidents. We understand that messaging is important, and so we understand that it's important to be transparent. I was kind of reminded of something that John Adams said years ago, obviously decades ago, which is that people are entitled to their own opinions, but they're not entitled to their own facts. People are entitled to their own opinions, but not to their own facts. And so one of the things that we try to do whenever there's an inquiry regarding a procurement, an incident, or whatever, is to try to make sure we assemble the facts before those opinions become hardened. And so if sometimes it may seem like, well, why can't you answer that right away? It's because something may have happened out in one of our districts or in the community, and we here in the main office building don't have all the information in order to respond. And we want to make sure that when we do respond, we respond based upon the facts, not on pieces and parts of something. So appreciate you understanding that. Okay, moving to the to the governance piece, I do want to say too, and this is kind of also something that Bruce said, is to thank you guys for your participation and your service. I know looking around this table, you guys are some of the busiest people in the community. And you know how it is, when you want something done, you find the busiest people, and those are the people that you then put on boards and committees to do this sort of thing. But I do want to, on behalf of the legal department and also on behalf of the authority, to thank you for that. I also want to ask you, just in case I might forget this at the end, is to remind you that if ever you have any questions that you want to reach out to legal, please continue to do so. I know many of you did that while Cheryl was our general counsel for some 20 plus years. I'm encouraging you to continue that, because we do want to support you and provide as much information as we can in response to your inquiries. So I want to begin by reviewing what's in your packet, and to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing. First, there is the slide presentation that was presented to you back in June of last year, and it's titled Board Effectiveness. So I want to make sure you have that. Just going to go through that briefly. I also want to make sure you have a copy of Chapter 220 of our codified rules and regulations. And it's the one that's captioned Board of Trustees, Committees, Boards, and Task Forces. That should be that, and these things should be in the
Yeah, they're
the folder?
right in a row.
Okay,
All three
all
of
right.
your attachments are.
Thank you, Teresa. She is so efficient. Next are the bylaws for RTA. Should have that in the packet. And then I handed out to you, but I believe there are packets or copies a few copies on the table of some of Revised Code Section 306. But I handed to you just a few of them that I want to focus on. Revised Code Section 306.33, which is appointment of Board of Trustees. That should be clipped together. There you go. Then there is Revised Code Section 306.34, which is power and authority of Board of Trustees. Next is 306.35, Regional Transit Authority, powers and duties. And again, those are things that you got this morning. And then lastly, Secretary, Treasurer of a Regional Transit Authority duties. That's 306.42. Okay, so that's going to be kind of the focus as we go through this in the few minutes that I have. What we wanted to do was to give you some additional tools. Some of you have seen these documents before. Others maybe just only recently became familiar with our new board members. But these are great resources, great things to have in your tool belt when you're trying to figure out, what it is that you're supposed to be doing as board members. And again, understand that we in the legal department and in the administration are here to assist you with that. So, looking at the presentation from June of 2022, it appears your focus was on the primary role of what a board member is to do. And looking at page 2, it says approve policies governing RTA's business activities, approve long-range goals, oversee management activities, approve all procurement actions and contracts that exceed $100,000, hire the CEO, general manager, and approve the hiring and personnel actions for the Director of Internal Audit.
Hey, Jan,
Yes. Sure.
I have the. Okay, so on that, we don't have that slide up there.
Yeah.
But if I could just direct everyone's attention to the primary role, and this is the second time I've seen this. This was originally given to us in June,
Right.
And I kind of let it slide in the summer because I thought I don't know who prepared these slides, but there's actually there's an inaccuracy on it. On the bottom, it says approve the hiring and personnel actions for the Director of Internal Audit. That is actually in conflict with our bylaws and our internal audit charter. If we look at section 9.
You're getting ahead of me, but go right ahead. That shows me you're reading.
Well, I am,
Yes,
because,
yes.
we,
That's no
what I
problem.
always think is like, it's a little bit what we learned, right? So
Right.
get out there first, say it, do it, and control the message, and all of a sudden something becomes true because we keep seeing it over and over again. So this is the second time I've seen this where it says, approve the hiring and governance actions of the Director of Internal Audit, and you read it, so that's the third time or fourth time we've heard this. And that is actually not our role as the Board of Trustees. Our role of the board is to hire, and it's also to review it says specifically, and this is in our bylaws, on page 21, it specifically says all personnel actions, not approve, all personnel actions regarding the Executive Director of Internal Audit, including but not limited to hiring, firing, promoting, demoting, and salary shall be made by the board, not approved by the board, made by the board. And I think that's important that we understand what our role is and what our relationship is to Tony. And the board shall conduct the performance evaluation, and we do, by the way. We are doing this, but I just feel like I need to set the record straight because it's starting to get a blurred line here when we say that we approve the hiring and personnel actions. That is actually more appropriate for general counsel because that's what we do. We approve the hiring and personnel reactions according to our bylaws, which if you look at 21 on the top, that's actually what we do. That, as opposed to being the Director of Internal Audit, that should be general counsel.
Right.
So I just want everyone to, if the idea is to get our role here is to make sure we're telling the board members what our true role is.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. And that's one of the reasons why we provided you with all these different pieces. I was not part of the presentation. It occurred in June. So I got this just in the last month or so and was introduced to it as this is what was presented to you in June. So, and I'm not even sure to what extent even Cheryl had input into the presentation of the facilitator. But I will say that what we wanted to do today was to at least give you focus as to what our governing documents say about your authority and what you do. So you have already addressed the internal audit matter, and I was going to say that it is the Executive Director of Internal Audit, just to be clear about the full title. And so we want to make sure that as you go forward, that when you have a question about what is our authority, that you're looking at the governing documents. You're looking at what authorizes us to do or authorizes the board to do what it does. And these are the things when you come to us and say, can we do blah, blah, can we do blah, blah? These are the things that we look at as well. Because one of the things that we have trained and reminded our attorneys to do whenever some question comes to us is one of the threshold questions is, where is your authority to do it? And so understand that the regional transit authorities, like GCRTA, are creatures or the creation of statute. So that's why we gave you copies of certain portions of Revised Code Section 306.33, because that's where it begins in terms of figuring out what is it that we can do, what is it the board can do. And so when the Ohio legislature created regional transit authorities, they enacted the provisions of 306.30 and beyond to lay down the framework for establishing a regional transit authority. So many times we'll get questions about appointment of trustees, and the media or others will say, well, when is RTA going to appoint trustees and who are you going to appoint? And we have to remind them, again, getting back to everybody's entitled to opinion, but not their own facts. The facts are that there are appointing authorities that appoint members of the board. And so that's 306.33 is just one that I wanted to bring to your attention. Again, that's one of those that I handed to you in the packet this morning. The other is 306.34, which is the power and authority of Board of Trustees. And it just says, all the power and authority granted to a regional transit authority shall be vested in and exercised by its Board of Trustees, which shall manage and conduct its affairs. The board shall, within the limitations of sections 306.30 to 306.43 inclusive of the revised code, by its rules and regulations, provide for its procedures, provide the procedure for its actions, the manner of selection of its president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and other officers and employees, their titles, et cetera, et cetera. So this is one of the things that we also look to when there are questions about, well, what is your authority to do? I want to direct you next to 306.35, which is several pages, but it provides the most extensive and expansive review of what it is that a Board of Trustees and what a regional transit authority can do. So that's 306.35. And that was in the packet, the clip together that I handed to you this morning. And it says, upon the creation of a regional transit authority as provided by section 306.32 of the revised code, and upon the qualifying of its Board of Trustees and election of its president, vice president, et cetera, just kind of moving along, the regional transit authority, and then it lists from A all the way through double C, the authority that the duties and powers of a regional transit authority. Is everybody with me? See that? Okay. So it started, that the regional transit authority may sue or be sued in its corporate name, may make contracts. You heard Melinda talk about procurement procedures, et cetera. May adopt, we don't really do much with our CO, but going to D, may adopt, amend, and repeal bylaws for the administration of its affairs. And some of the board members, of course, were on our board when we, a few years ago, revised our bylaws. And we spent, Ms. Karen is nodding her head, but we spent some time sitting down in front of the board, and we went through it line by line, basically, to update and revise our bylaws. And so this is the 306.35 is, again, is most extensive review of duties and powers. The next is just 306.42. Just by way of information, the Secretary Treasurer of the Regional Transit Authority's duties. That's there. Don't often talk about that, but I just want to make sure you know that that is there. I want then to move to our bylaws because, as is already mentioned, I made reference to the fact that under the High Revised Code, the board can create bylaws, and these are our bylaws, and the version you have is from 2020. Yes?
I'm sorry, Jenna, I'm sorry.
It's
just
okay.
really quick, before we move from the authority part. So the sections you just mentioned was all of the, I'll say, enabling legislation that allows us to function as a transit agency? Not
all of it. Now this is the state law that created.
Right. So can I make a recommendation? Because it came up before, and I think it's extremely important, and it's absent here. And I just think that moving forward, whether you do it here or you do it at a board retreat, I do think that it is extremely important that this board has that in front of them. The enabling legislation that was created with the merger of CTS, Cleveland Transit System, and Cuyahoga County that created Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. And the reason why that is important is because there's another structure for Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority that has enabling legislation from the city of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County. Right. And I think that that's important to make sure that this board understands that. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how you make sure that that is included. And the reason why I'm pausing on that is because when we went through the bylaw review, that was absent, and it got included in that along the way. But whenever we talk about bylaw review and we talk about how we were structured, you have to dig to find it here in RTA. So I think it's important to include that. And it may be good to highlight that and bring that up and share that with the board as well.
Well, I've got it here. I just didn't make a copy because it's quite extensive, and I had like 15 minutes roughly 15 minutes to do the presentation. But the authorizing legislation from the ordinance from the City of Cleveland and the resolution from the county, I have that.
Okay.
And understand that those provisions, and we did review those during the time that we in legal were preparing the revisions to the bylaws, and we did share that information. Teresa stepped up. We did share that information with the board and the ad hoc committee at the time we were going through that process. So we did have that. I have it here, and I will say if you want us to give it to you in whatever form, let us know. We'd be more than happy to, and I'll be more than happy to go through it as well.
If I just can, I just think that, to be clear, I think that that's also equally as important as the state legislation that enabled RTA. I think that legislation that you just referenced came before or part of the original enabling legislation from the state. So my point is, it is important that it should be included that this board, some of us are rolling off, so you're going to lose historical knowledge of, to your point, you don't have the right, you can voice your opinion, but the facts matter. That's part of the facts, and it's part of the enabling legislation that governs this board. Because when you get into appointing authority and what you can and cannot do, sometimes you have to go back to that enabling legislation that occurred with the county, that occurred with the city, that occurred with the merger. That's part of the facts. And so I think it would be good to share a copy of that with the board here today, because some of the people that's in this room have no idea what I'm talking about. And so it's important that this board is equipped with all of that information. It's equally as important in Chapter 306, but sometimes if there's an issue that may come up, you may have to revert to that and overlay with this to make sure that the advice that's given is factual. So I just want to pause there, because I do think it's equally as important to be articulated, particularly in a session like this, where this is such an important session, right? Because some of these members don't know that is equally as important and won't know. So moving forward, that should be included in any packet, and I do think it should be sent out again to the board.
Sure, we'd be glad to do that. And again, I will check with Teresa to see if it was part of the packet of information that the new board members get when they join our board. If not, we'll make sure.
It's not part of what we got today.
No, it's not. And again,
I guess I would just echo just that with Valerie. It is part of our legislation, and unless we acknowledge that it's there, that we could be running afoul with it, and there could be board members here that didn't even know that exists. So if they are diligent and they want to go look at these documents, their primary documents, they need to know it's in the universe.
Sure. But I want to assure you, legal had its eyes on that piece. I do. So we'll make sure you get it, and we'll make sure that if we can, at the next board retreat or whatever event, we'll try to carve out some time to go through it in some detail. Again, I was not part of the June event, so I'm trying to play catch up. But I hear exactly what you're saying and understand that it is important to provide the history, because you're right. I think Valerie, you are among one of the folks who was here early on.
Well, yes. and to further drive the point, I'm a former city clerk and clerk of city council, so that makes it even more poignant. And I don't want to burying the lead. If Bruce was still here, he'd talk about that. It's important enough that they should have a copy before we leave here today. We're talking about this today. And I'm saying this to say, I trust legal is on top of this. This is not for legal. This is actually for the board. And so the very people who need it today, we know legal's on top of it. You guys do a great job of this. But the people sitting at the table and some of the people who left here today may not know what we're talking about. And so that's why I want to pause and really put a real, like a hat pin in this, big enough pin to say, this is too important to say, we'll bring it back. It's important enough that we should talk about it, because that is something that should be right here in front of us and looked at and overlaid. And to be honest with you, it's not referenced in our code. It should be referenced in our code, and it should be referenced in our bylaws as well. And it may be in there. I can't remember the last time I went through it.
It is in our code.
Okay, but it should also be referenced in our bylaws too. And, that's something for the future, that next time we look at the bylaws or bring this back in front of us, but it shouldn't be so buried that we don't see it. it's that important, and that's the first document we should start with, because there'd be no GCRTA absent the merger of the CTS and you know, the other transit agencies. So I don't want to beat parlay on that. I just want to make that point because that's so important. We have public watching as well that I don't want to gloss over that. A lot of times we talk about RTA and we talk about the governance of RTA and we don't have all the facts, and even to the public sometimes it gets misconstrued. I think that's an important enough point that we should have that in front of us. So it's not to say legal's not doing a great job. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that for not just us, for those new members that are here, new members that will be coming on this board, and to the viewing public.
Well said. Got it. Anything else?
Quick thing if I can ask. So why don't we do this? Why don't we, we'll let you continue, but let's get a copy to board members before they leave today. So maybe at the break.
I gave it to Teresa,
so. Okay.
Perfect.
Make
a copy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. To move along, I know I'm running out of time here, and again, I apologize if we're not able to go do a deep enough dive for everyone, but I'm just trying to give you an overview of some things. And I want to direct your attention now to Chapter 220 of our Code of Rules and Regulations. Because, Teresa, I'm sorry, just for a second. Can you, okay.
If you can handle that for a quick second, just make sure.
Bear with me for just a minute.
This is 220. Title 2. I know, it's hard.
I'm looking.
And it's a bunch of gobbledygook. I probably have an extra one because I find it.
Oh, here it is. Get it on top. Get stuck between the other. Yep. I'd like to see that legislation.
It's interesting when did we probably brought up when we were doing the bylaws. We didn't even look at it.
Okay. We'll make sure you get a copy before you leave today. Okay. So make sure that it has all the pages.
One of the city, one of the county employees has to live in the city, and then there's that kind
of. Okay. Okay. And again, this is just one. One copy, meaning, I mean, there are other copies that have signatures and other pieces, but this captures this contains the city ordinance and the county resolution. Okay, so you'll have this today, and then we'll plan something for the future. Okay, what I have you look at 220 of the Codified Rules and Regulations, because I wanted to highlight the fact that this board had a retreat in 2017 that resulted in what I'd call the codification of, that was later codified into 220 of the Codified Rules and Regulations. There are those here who were part of that group that had a retreat. I believe it was in November or December of 2017 before some things occurred in 2018. But it was good that the board had that meeting, because I think the board was able to then identify and flesh out a number of things and crystallize what the board's role and responsibility was. So I want to direct your attention to 220.01, the governing mission. Again, this is what the board adopted by resolution. It says the Board of Trustees, as the authority's governing body, is accountable for and works to ensure the following 6 objectives. 1, purpose and planning, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. 2, professional leadership. 3, communication. 4, financial oversight and resource development. 5, legal and ethical integrity. And 6, board structure and dynamics. Under 220.02, it lays out individual trustee statement of expectations, and it lays out what each trustee is expected to do. demonstrate genuine concern for the authority's mission. Number 5 says serve as an informed advocate on behalf of the authority. 8, work well with professional staff and other board members as partners toward achievement of the authority's goals. Okay, without going through everything, but then this also includes a layout of your standing committees and responsibilities, entering matters into the agenda, compensation and attendance, expense reimbursement, and use of equipment and computers. Again, wanted to make sure that this is something the board has in front of it when you're talking about your role, what your responsibilities, and what your authority is. For the sake of time, again, I'm going to conclude with that, and again, then see if you have any questions. And certainly would welcome the opportunity to come back to you again and do a deeper dive with respect to all of this, including the bylaws, and as well Chapter 220, state law, and as well the authorizing legislation that created for this region the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. Any questions? I think people are still reading.
Yes,
Good.
a lot.
That's okay. It is a lot. It's a lot to try to do in 15 or 20 minutes, but we are certainly willing to come back and make sure that the board is fully informed.
This might
That's
make
possible.
sense to like revisit this before like early June or something when
That's
there are
what I was
new
thinking.
board members, because the governance part is what we do. So we could look at this agenda and like all this other stuff is, but this is really what we do, and having an understanding of these things I think is really important. So I think it makes sense that because, we had an hour and a half on crisis management and we're not supposed to talk to media, got it. But we only allowed 45 minutes on the, on the governance part, and that's not even including our executive session we're going to go into. So I think this is worth giving time, because really this is the most important thing that our board members need to know and understand.
Right, I appreciate that.
Yes.
I agree. And I would just say too, Karen and others, to the extent that you get handed something by a facilitator or even by one of us that you don't agree with, alert somebody to it.
And then I will say,
because I did, when I looked at this, I knew that I couldn't tell what else you guys had been given. And so I wanted to make sure that some of the pieces that we had that were critical were at least shared with you here. And so that helps us if there is a session or something and you have questions.
Well, the first time it's like, because I didn't think it was important, but if we're going to start like using that becomes part of, like we said, that becomes the message, and it's almost like the what people think their responsibility is much easier when you put it in a bullet point than when you put, this stuff is dry reading for a lawyer, so we don't have all lawyers on the board, and if you tell them their job is, and we keep giving people the same materials, is to approve as opposed to control. I think that's one of the major things this board does, and getting it accurate is important. So I'm not blaming you, Jen, because I know you didn't create that slide. My only concern is that we're giving it again, and that I guess I'm not sure who reviewed those materials, but someone besides me, I may not be here in a month or two, that someone needs to be watching for what we give to the board is accurate.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because remember, facts matter.
They
and
do,
that is-
absolutely.
So if I can, real quick, if I can interject. So it absolutely makes a lot of sense. Right. And I will say, I did receive a note from Tony mentioning that we probably want to review that as well. And Janet, to your point, we have a watchful eye on it. The facilitator that we had was third party in June, and that's not a reason to not have factual information. However, that was a synopsis that was created for a high-level explanation of just general job when it comes to positions oversight. However, the deep dive is what I think that we want to make sure that people understand. So I will say, I think it is appropriate. I agree that we need to have some more discussion on it. I've not seen that discussion since I've been here, right? And so that's important. If we put it on the agenda, we can definitely do it for the actual retreat. It seems like June is kind of the way that works. However, I think right after we have the confirmed roster of board members in March, I think it makes sense. So maybe we can even think about April. to make sure that the dust settles and we kind of know who we've got, so we don't have to regurgitate things, in a couple times. But I wouldn't want to wait. So if we can think about, and I'll talk with Janet, what the right language would be, if that's a committee meeting or the whole, or how we're going to do that, then we can review that then and make sure we go through it.
Sure. Yep. No problem there. Absolutely. This is good.
Yeah. And I would just add, I just want to pause and say, I really do want to commend RTA, because before we had that retreat, we did not have a retreat. We did an annual meeting similar to what we do at the board meeting, where we vote in the officers and then we go through and we say, okay, this is our annual meeting. We did not have a bona fide annual meeting. I know Tony's been here for a while. He, historically, we didn't do it that way, where we pulled out as a board. The first time we did it was the year, whatever year that was, right before the pandemic. And then the second time we did it was in June of last year. So to be able to pull away and actually do that, it's commendable that we did that. And then what we're doing right now, to take a full day and just really sit down and walk through this, is really, really important, and doing it at the top of the year before we get busy into what we have coming up is great. And with new leadership at the staff, I think is important too. In addition, we do have a new board. The board has pretty much turned over and is about to flip again. And so timing is so important and so critical. I think the sessions was great. I do want to echo something that Karen said that I do agree with, that this is what the board does. And so one of the recommendations, to your point, India, about touching this again at the beginning of your new leadership and maybe doing a deeper dive, maybe making this the focal point, I would, walk through a high level of that, what to do if the media touch you again, or at least the org chart on, making sure they have the flow of what you do when media call you. And then I would encourage some kind of way of ensuring that it's simple. Because we just went through a whole bunch of documents that I flipped through this one more time. I'm looking at the cross-references of our Chapter 220 for Board of Trustees, and I do not see the enabling legislation even mentioned at the top as a reference point. So amending that to make that part of this. And then in the bylaws, I glanced through this again, and I see where we acknowledge some resolutions. I see where we acknowledge some other things. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't see it in here. So
it's in our.
My only point is not like point counterpoint, because again, you guys are doing a great job, but it's not for you, it's for us, right? It's for us and for the public. I really think it needs to be clearer, and it needs to be, I don't care if it's a part of an addendum to the bylaws, so that it is clear enough that new board members know where it is, what it is, and why it's important. That's my only point. Because if I know what it is and I'm looking for it and I can't find it, I know someone who don't know what it is that should be abreast of it won't know where to look. So that's just my only point. So when you do it in April or June or whenever that is, my recommendation is next time you review this, code changes come before the board all the time. Let's make it clearer. And then lastly, on the presentation, I see Karen's point. I caught that at the board retreat. I didn't make a big deal out of it because honestly, technically, the section on the CEO, general manager, could have been spelled out a little bit further as well. That was just something that a consultant put together for us. To me, this is not the end of the world. This was for that day, and this was their work product that they walked us through. But to the point, whatever we put together, if RTA would have put this together, then I would have had a little bit more of, hey, we need more description, because not only is the description of the internal audit incorrect, the description of the CEO, general manager was incorrect as well. And so this being that this was not an RTA created document, I actually think we brought this up during that session too, to some point, that it was a little bit off. To me, this is not the end of the world be all. But to Karen's point, I think making sure, again, new board members understand those roles and the dynamics, I think will be good. And doing orientation, you guys do a good job of that.
I think, Dawn, this is something we should alert Dawn to, so that we reference the documents as we're doing these reviews. I think that's something to be filtered down to her. And the other is, it's my point, it really wasn't that was just that document was inaccurate and that we didn't do it. Number one is we should correct, but if we keep circulating the same document, that's where the issue was. And the other document that we should probably go through again is our resolution about audit, and, Tony, that, I don't know if that makes sense. I know we did that for our audit, our audit charter. I think we do that for the audit committee, but just maybe when while we're at it, like, we need to walk through all these documents so that people know what it is, and that, there was, we passed a resolution that, that said that the auditor was part of the executive committee or the executive team. And so that's a board directive. So just reminding everyone that, these are what we're governed by.
So if I
can just a couple.
Go ahead, and then I'll pop on after.
Then I'll be done. Again, thank you guys so much for your enthusiasm and input. You get
about
busy.
The code.
That's right. On the code, exactly. Something very dry as the code. I will say two things, please. One, it was my understanding the board had questions about governance and this doc, so that's why it was in your packet. Somebody asked about it, and so that's why. Secondly, I will say that in the code book, and I believe you guys get a disc or digital version of our codified rules and regulations. You will see in that packet, in that disc, should be, but I know it's on the online version that we have in our office. The authorizing legislation is there in the beginning. So it's part of the codified rules and regulations of the authority. So when we were printing just the bylaws, that's what you got. You didn't get the whole, all the introductory pieces, the table of contents, and all that other, that's in there. It's there. So, but we will make sure that next time we meet to discuss this topic, we will have more information for you. And if there's something else you'd like for us to cover, please let Teresa and certainly let GM Birdsong Terry know what it is you'd like for us to do. Legal department is here to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. We didn't mean to pick on you.
Oh, you know what? Not my first rodeo. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
This was great. So thank you. Thank you, Janet. And I think overall, if I can ask the board, this is a really good opportunity. I think this kind of conversation, to be quite honest, I haven't seen it happen, right? As far as the tenure that I've got, which is short compared to the tenure of RTA. So being able to talk through these things is good. We can't figure everything out today, but I think raising them, and then what we can do on the management side is go back and come to you with a proposed agenda for when we'll be able to have time for each thing. Regarding audit, absolutely. I think it's a really good time frame as well to look at 2023, because we do have a external assessment that's coming up for audit as well. So just being able to think about those recommendations as we talk through bylaws and code and what, functions are appropriate, I think would be helpful. So I think this is great information, and Karen, I agree, we need to be able to look at it, and I think having that on the heels of the external opinion as well as the internal is great. And then if there are other things that we need to go through that just haven't been talked about, let me know. And because that way that we can start to chart them out and come with an agenda that's maybe a little bit more focused on the governance versus what we've done in years past. And again, that was the first in a really long time. So we'll get better as we continue to go along. So I appreciate it. At this point, I hope that we can look at doing a quick time check. We're a little behind. So not sure if the food is
running late. So
that works. If we can take a quick bathroom break for about few minutes or so, and then we can go into executive session while we wait on the food, and hopefully we can just go ahead and recoup the time if that works for everybody. Okay, so 5-minute quick break, and we'll get ourselves together for executive session. Should we call it now or after the break?
I don't know, do we have to have a formal board meeting to do that?
Okay, we call it now. Okay, Teresa.
Here's a question first about executive session.
Question, at least on a municipal level, we always have a formal meeting to go into to be able to call executive session. I don't know if that is different than Board of Trustees, but I wasn't sure if a formal public meeting was hosted as part of this. And just more of a protocol thing than anything else, not trying to... I don't know. RTA can be different. I just know we always post a formal meeting and then run executive session off of that. It may be different at this level. I just want to ensure we're set there.
Yeah. Janet, can you?
It's really the board's pleasure. You can go into an executive session from this committee meeting. But if you want to call a special board meeting, you can do that too. The only thing I would say is that we did not publish it that way, but the board can do it that way. It's your pleasure. But you can go to executive session from this meeting.
That's the way it was published.
You can do that. The main thing is that we follow the procedure regarding executive session, the purpose for it, the vote, notice. We've given notice of that, and then you go into it, and then you come out of it in a formal way. But you don't have to do that piece if you don't want to.
All right, executive session is requested to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, compensation of a public employee or office official, and to enable the board to conference with GCTRA attorneys for information gathering, fact-finding, and to receive legal advice. Is there a motion that we go into executive session?
So moved, Valerie.
Second, Welch.
All righty. Mayor Biassiata, Mr. Joyce, Mayor Kumar.
Yes.
President Lucas. Ms. McCall. Yes. Ms. Moss.
Yes.
Ms. Peo.
Yes.
Mayor Weiss is not here. Ms. Welch.
Yes.
Okay, we have 6 ayes and none opposed. We have a quorum.
Yeah, Joyce's.
He is not here, so it's.
I don't know if we have enough.
Yeah, we do. We have 6. So that is a quorum of 9. Kumar, Lucas, McCall, Moss, Pale, and Welch. That's 6.
That's
Okay.
your majority.
Yep.
analysts, etc. Looking at the prior history, we sought and got input from the CEO in developing the budget for 2023. So without further ado, this is the Department 16 budget versus actual. What these three columns obviously present is the actual 2022 activity in the first column. Then you have comparison to the 2022 budget. And then finally, the 2023 budget amount in the last column. Key items to highlight: salaries and wages obviously are higher because of the formation of the Citizen Oversight Committee and the executive assistance that would be needed. Annual audit is part of the trustees' budget. Translation services is $3,000. Information portal was something that this was an initiative that goes back several years where we were trying to look for a software solution to accumulate all the board materials. That is no longer needed with the availability of Microsoft Teams and other products that have become available. So that $6,000 disappears for 2023. Those are about the only items that I wanted to highlight until we get down to the travel and training part. So if you notice that for the 2022 budget, we had a budget of $30,000. The actual expenses incurred were $29,840. Anticipating newer board members, and since we have now somewhat recovered from the pandemic and expecting some increases in conferences, et cetera, that I suspect that India will be getting into shortly as soon as I conclude, we did increase that line item budget to $40,000 for the year.
If I can piggyback just for a second. So Raj is absolutely spot on. Just the comment he made about consultation or input from me as far as the budget is concerned, that is a process that I go through just like my own executive office budget. I look back into what items we've spent money on, how much, Teresa and I will talk about how much she usually spends on meetings for food and that kind of thing, travel concessions. I'd like us to be able to get to a forecasting sort of mode. A lot of this is based off of what the expenditures have been over time. So in no way, shape, or form will I make a decision on behalf of the board without consent. We talk about a lot of the upcoming events that are coming up. That's why we're going to go into the travel in a bit for 2023 so that we can get a hold on if there's something coming up where we see a need for additional expenditures. Everything that you see is based on usage averages over time. Just wanted to make sure I put that out there.
Well put. Thank you. So the next slide, I'm sorry. Yep.
On the salaries and wages, and I don't know if you know, Raj, but I did ask for this ahead of time, and I don't know if that ever filtered back to you because I wanted to look at it. But so like I know what board members make, and I know my question is Teresa's salary?
Yes, it is.
Is in there?
Yes, it is.
And besides that, is there anybody else's? Or
The secretary treasurer, the secretary treasurer component that was approved by the board, that is included in there.
Okay.
And then with the new formation of the Citizen Oversight Committee, the 7 members and their compensation, that is reflected in that budget also.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So on the next slide, this really is the travel budget, providing a little bit more detail, kind of giving you a 4-year summary, showing you the budget versus the actual expenses. And we can clearly see in 2020 and 2021 that the actual expenses were significantly lower, and that's primarily because of the pandemic. Last year, the activity did pick up. We do anticipate somewhat greater activity in 2023. Hence the increase in that line item budget. Questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Indeed.
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Go back to our budget again. So, like when we go to events, so that's not really travel, but, like events to different, whether it's the city club or wherever. Where is that Where is that accounted for?
Depends on which, it may be driven by if it was paid for by marketing and the board members were invited, or executive. So that may be in a line item on that particular item.
Our vending machines?
Vending machine is nothing to do
I
with the,
thought that's how we pay for some of these things.
no, vending machine income, the commissions that we generate from employee-used vending machines is retained in a separate fund and used for employee activities, et cetera, not for any other purpose.
Okay, so if we go to those things, that comes out of the executive budget, not the board's budget?
So we have it on, we'll just speed to that real quick and we'll.
Okay.
So attendance at RTA events, you're thinking right on the same line, Karen, as we were with the agenda. So there's been conversation as far as, like you said, City Club or I don't know, a fundraiser or whatever we're going to, where we have to potentially buy a table or have seats at that event. What's been struck as an agreement between myself, Reverend Lucas as our chair, and Karen as our vice chair is that decisions to offer seats to board members procedurally, if we're going to an event and I say, yes, we're going to purchase a table and it makes sense to have the board attend, we will offer half of that table, I'm just making an example, to the board on a first come, first served basis. And then if let's say the table sat 8, and if 4 of those seats are filled by board members, then we have the other 4 for RTA staff. If those 4 are not filled, then we fill it with RTA staff at my discretion. That way you can pick and choose where you want to go. Now, as far as who pays for those seats, it depends on what the event is. There are some events, and keep me honest, that come out of HR, for example. There are some events that come out of executive budget, because our intent for those events, unlike the conferences, the targeted travel for board members, could be filled by all RTA staff. It's a courtesy that we are offering to the board, and we don't know your schedule, so we could likely have no board participation, so we absorb that cost into our own operating budgets because there's always that potential. And then the other item, as you mentioned, is for employee-driven activities out of the vending machine fund.
Correct.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, while you've got that up, if you could, I think that might be appropriate. I know we're going to go into conferences, so I just want folks to pay attention to, is it with your travel training? Yeah, travel training at the bottom. Because I know that we've kind of been in this lull. Maybe you go to the next one, Raj. Yeah, thank you. Where we haven't really been traveling because of pandemic and restrictions and all of that, we do anticipate an upswing in participation. And then also with the new influx of newer board members that we've had and just renewed interest in some of the activities going on, I did request that we had an uptick in that budget to the $40,000 that you see. We wanted, and I'll switch over to Teresa in a second. She can present to you the list or roster of some of the activities that we know of that are coming up in 2023. I'm looking at Valerie because I've had a lot of conversation with her and Reverend Lucas. Sorry, you got me and you in the poll, Reverend. But being able to think about who might be interested in what. And again, we don't want to make those decisions for you, but we want to let you know what's out there. But more than anything, I want to make sure that you're aware that we do have a specified budget for travel for the board. So I want to make sure that we also, when it gets to that point, we have a general, hey, I'd like to go to this year, I'd like to go to that this year, consensus, so that Teresa has a little bit of a step ahead outlook on who will be going to what, and then we can get the bargain rates when it comes to early bird registrations and the like. So Teresa, if you want to.
Okay, so in your folder, you'll see this handout with the yellow banner. It just lists all the conferences for this year. And so if you are interested in going to something, you can write your name by that conference, turn this in, and then we'll use that to, look at the budget and things of that sort. I know a number of you did travel last year, but we have new board members that may want to travel. So this is your opportunity. You can go to the APTA website and do your research to see what you're interested in and just, let us know.
Thanks, Teresa. And just to piggyback on that, I think I just got confirmation for the last 2. I'm not sure if it's slotted. It's probably in red. APTA is going to be in Columbus, September 18th through the 20th. And then Conference of Minority Transportation Officials, their annual conference is going to be in Los Angeles, California, and that's July 8th through the 11th. So I just wanted to make sure you updated your chart with that. Teresa, if you could send an updated in the email, that would be. It's okay. So, OPTA is September 18th through 20th in Columbus, Ohio, and COMPTO is July 8th through 11th in Los Angeles, California. Just to give you a little bit of detail, I'm happy to talk with anybody about the content, and I'm sure Valerie would also be able to fill in and potentially lose, as she's been to quite a few events over the last year under Valerie's kind of influence and hey, meet this person, to be able to understand some of the APTA, like the legislative that's coming up in March, particularly, and the board member. Valerie, if you had anything on those two.
Yeah, sure. I would just encourage pretty much all the board members to rotate through and attend the APTA conferences. The ones I'm going to highlight, the legislative conference, in my opinion, is one of the most important ones. It gives you really put your finger on the pulse of the heartbeat of what's happening legislatively from the nation. And so you want to pay attention to that. Yes, we have a transportation bill finally, but there are other things that's coming about, so you want to keep your hands on the pulse of what's happening. This one is always a good one. It's at the beginning of the end of the first quarter with the new Congress. This one this year would be really good to go to because by March, committees are assigned and a lot of the politics is shaken out by then. The mobility conference, again, if you have an interest in that, that's really industry specific. It's one of those things moving people from A to B. It's really your interest kind of thing. Rail conference, as you know, we are buying new rail cars here. And so the more we get closer to that, the more you want to pay attention to that one. And I'll come back to the rail. Transit board members, though, and the transit board members and board administrator seminar, and I point out board administrator seminar because that includes Teresa, to me is the most important one for the transit board members, for all the board members. That is the one time when you get together peer to peer with other transit board members and we talk about how great our transit agencies are, and we share best practices with each other, and we try to steal each other's CEOs. I'm just joking. But it really is the conference for you.
You're very protective. You're very protective.
Yeah, I am. I won't let people. When George came to speak to us, I was like, okay, go straight to the airport. Goodbye. We kicked him out the room. But it really is that peer-to-peer for you. You know, we sit in this particular room, these four walls, this particular city, and you really don't know what you don't know unless you go out and see best practices. And some of the things we talked about, like today, and in these rooms, we get an idea of what it is because we get to go see it firsthand. And most of you know, you go to a lot of conferences. I know, Terry, you go to 1 million of those conferences, and you only know what you know when you can get out and go and see it. And so I just encourage your board members here to please go out and go to those conferences. And then the Transform Conference is the annual APTA conference. It's the annual meeting of APTA. Again, especially every 3 years they have what they call Expo. So it's like the conference on steroids. And so you get to go like rail cars. You're going to hear some of these vendors. They're going to come before you. Once RTA picks their vendor, you could go and see what the rail car will be that we will be purchasing. You get to touch it, feel it. You know, sometimes they have simulators so you can see what the latest, greatest technology is. A lot of the procurement stuff that come through here. You know, one of the things we started here is before you go, RTA will tell you who you can't talk to from a procurement perspective, but you get to see peer-to-peer. You get to see industry. What's coming down the pack. And APTA does this call for white papers before anybody speaks at an APTA conference. They clear who speaks at every conference. So they're not just putting people in front of you to talk to you for the sake of having talking heads. And so I really do encourage you to go to APTA. APTA is our industry organization and association. Obviously, I will stay active with APTA because as a past chair, I'm on the board in perpetuity. I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's how they keep you working there. But I do encourage you to stay involved and go to these conferences because that's a conference for us. And then from a staffing perspective, there are certain slates of these conferences that are important for staff. So this is only for the board members, but there are some that India has discretion on for key staffers that they should be attending as well. And so just keeping our people at the forefront, not just for board members, but also for staff as well. And
Are there
Teresa.
Any other questions regarding the budget before I turn it over to Teresa? All right, thank you.
Okay, I hope you are enjoying your working session. My name is Teresa Barrage. I'm the executive assistant for the board, and I will just be going over a few of the processes when you are getting ready to travel. So some of you already know this, and some of you this will be new for. So prior to your trip, you will receive training from the P-Card administrator. Raj mentioned that earlier, on how to use your P-Card, and you will be responsible for uploading and coding all your receipts after you come back from your trip. So she'll go through that training. Next, the administrator will, in order to get you ready for that, they give you an email, username, password. You set that information up. It's very user-friendly. And then prior to your trip, you will receive the actual card from me, and it's just like looks like a credit card. You'll have a list of those non-allowable expenses, which Raj went over earlier, alcohol and things of that nature. And you'll also receive the per diem for your trip. So depending on what city you go to, you have a maximum amount of money that you can spend each day for your expenses. And you also have different amounts for your first and last day of travel because you're not there the whole day. So you have a lower amount on your first and last day. During your trip, you'll place all of your receipts, meals and incidentals, on your travel P-card. You should not be using your personal P-card for your meals and incidentals. If you want to buy a souvenir, you can pull out your personal card. But for anything trip-related, put that on your P-card per what Raj mentioned earlier about the directive that you guys received. Make sure all of your receipts are itemized. This is something new. All your meals and incidental receipts have to be itemized. If you come back and your receipts are not itemized, you have to fill out an affidavit form that we do have to turn over to internal audit. This is like a one-time warning. So you just want to make sure you double check your receipts while you're on your trip. After your trip, you upload, code all your receipts in your portal. I'm there to provide assistance if you get locked out and need to reset your password and things of that nature. You will return the card to me. We will keep that in accounting for safekeeping until your next trip. But that card will have your name on it. Okay? And at that point, you will return all your hard copy receipts as well to me because I do have to submit those to internal audit. I do a report. The report is in your folder. Some of you already know how that looks. At the end, you review the report, you sign at the bottom, and then we turn that in. So if you follow the process, you should not be getting reimbursed for anything because if you put everything on your card, there's no need for reimbursement, and that is the goal. So any questions?
Just a quick question. So let's say if someone went to Columbus for, say, to Opta and driving my own car, you wouldn't use your P card. You'd have to do your mileage. It's 50 cents a mile, and you do how many, you do it on your odometer, or you do your MapQuest, you print that.
Raj can speak on that. We do. Okay.
So what, Raj? Are you got a mic? Okay. Go ahead, Raj.
That would be reimbursed. So we do follow the IRS standard mileage rate that is actually posted on the intranet, but we can certainly provide that rate. I think off the top of my head is about 63 cents a mile. And we can easily confirm the mileage between your destination, et cetera, and that would be reimbursable.
We do that quite frequently internally as well. We take a lot of visits to Columbus, a good example. Just as a reminder too, these are the procedures that we hold everybody to, just to make sure the comfort level is there. I grabbed the wrong receipt last week, I think, when I had something on the P card. It was like $40, and I went, and Mary, bless her heart, went over and got the itemized, right? Because I had the receipt, but it wasn't the other, so I wanted to make sure I could do that. In the beginning, I think it's been a little bit of a culture change to make sure we had itemized for everything. That is my pet peeve. I want to make sure that we are very transparent with what we approve and don't approve. And so it's been a learning for a lot of folks that are new to travel, but it's been very helpful for us, and we appreciate audit and helping with the vetting of that. And I require all of them to come past my desk, so paperwork is appreciated. Luce, I think you had a question.
Yeah. Okay, I had a situation where is it on?
Yeah,
It's just the light isn't on. It's weird. Yeah. I know due to how it was scheduled, Teresa had to have her card on my hotel room. Okay, but I brought back the receipt regardless.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get it or not, but I bring everything. So
Yeah, we did have a situation with Luce where they did not charge her room to my card. I prepaid it, but somehow the paperwork didn't go through. She had her P card, so she put it on the P card, and as long as I got the receipt, we were okay with it. But normally I do pay for everything ahead of time. But Raj and his staff always make sure there's enough money on that card for situations like that where it could be an error. So there was enough to cover that.
Not a question, but a compliment for Teresa. One, I think this is the first time I've seen you present to the board, first and foremost, so I just want to say great job. Number two, she's going to get me later, like, why are you going to bring this up? I do want to pause and just say Teresa has been like a godsend. We don't realize how good we have it in terms of our board support until we know, someone who may not have someone as good as what we have. And I can tell you that all the years that I've been here, and Teresa, the few times that she has traveled to APTA, people will tell you they've tried to steal her from us. And I had to be even more protective. Like, no, that's ours, get away from us. But Teresa does a fantastic job. I mean, it's a lot to do with all of us, plus still do some other things that she does. And so imagine keeping up with the travel, keeping us together with our board packages and all of our meeting notices. And I just want to say, Teresa, publicly to purposely embarrass you, but embarrass you for a good reason, because you do such a fantastic job, and let you know that you are appreciated. So I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate you, and you do a great job.
Very much so.
Thank you. One additional thing I wanted to say.
And she is by the book, man. Look.
She's like, thank you, Valerie, but you also must comply.
Is that we also do cover your check bags. So you do not have to use your card to check your bags in. So that was the last thing. Okay. Only with you, Reverend.
I got one more thing too, and your baked goods are delicious. Thank you
Oh,
so much for sharing that.
you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you. Thank you, Teresa. And I definitely agree with that. The reason why you have you up there is so we can embarrass you every day.
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah. So thank you for that. I think we're going to go ahead and move right into our next section. I think we're good on time as well. I padded my session a little bit, understanding that I probably would have about half of that time for the closing. So I think we're good to go. Our first project update will be from Dr. Flonse Caver, otherwise known as Doc, along with Chief Deirdre Jones, our Security and Director of Chief of Police. They will talk about the Civilian Oversight Committee, otherwise known as the COC, under the guidance of our liaison with Ms. Lauren Welch as an observer to their presentation today.
Good afternoon, everyone. The chief is going to start us off. I'm going to be pinching after her.
President Lucas, members of the board, good afternoon. Thank you. Good after lunch. My name is Deirdre Jones, and I am the Chief of Transit Police. With me is Dr. Flonse Caver, Chief Operating Officer, and we are here to present an update on the Civilian Oversight Committee. To recap the board's actions regarding the Civilian Oversight Committee, the board authorized creation of the COC and adjusted the budget for 7 new positions in August 2022. And in November, the board adopted the COC operating procedures and voted to increase the stipend of COC members from $1,200 per year to $1,800 per year. As we reviewed last year, COC members must possess the ability to display objectivity and lack of bias. They must be residents of Cuyahoga County and be at least 18 years of age with no criminal history, and must possess a general understanding of GC, RTA, and transit police services. The COC shall be composed of 7 members, with 1 member being a retired law enforcement officer. Members shall be appointed through application by the Board of Trustees and shall serve staggered terms. Those appointed shall receive training that includes, but is not limited to, bias-free policing, GCRTA and transit police policies, procedures, discipline, relevant laws, including use of force, arrests, stops, police citizen encounters, and searches. Per the operating procedures, complaints shall be received by transit police or the COC. All internal affairs investigations shall be conducted by transit police, and all information shall be turned over to the COC, where they shall review the case and make recommendations to the Chief of Police.
Thanks, Chief. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Flonse Caver, the Chief Operating Officer. And want to just kind of take you through where we've been since November. So in November, the board approved the operating procedures. From that time, the team has sought to develop a website and begin the process of seeking applications. We're now currently in the process of seeking applications. Last week, January 12th, the webpage was launched. It was covered in local media, national media, as well as state media. So Cleveland.com, Spectrum News ran a series on it, local TV, and Mass Transit also had versions of our story there, and Scene Magazine. And so we have gotten the message out, and it's been pushed out by the local media outlets. The page has a general overview that talks about the COC, what the goals are, what the benefits of a COC are, and then has a link where you see up in your top right-hand corner of interested in serving. When a person who might be interested in serving would be able to hit a link, get a little bit more. This information is also in the operating procedures. They can get a little more information and then be able to hit a link for a fillable form so that they can fill out a form. They can email that form to us and or bring it down to the main office or mail it via mail. We'll be keeping those forms and having a group led by Ms. Welch and the team to begin a process of being able to evaluate those so that we can bring interested candidates to the board. In November, we shared with you a project schedule that looked like this. It says original. And we thought that we might be able to, throughout the year, our plan was to be able to seat the board before the end of the year. That wasn't possible. We did hear the mayor, Kumar, and you all to say, hey, we want to make sure we're taking the time and doing the requisite items. And so we do have a revised schedule. So I'll just tell you kind of where we have been and what we still have to do. So we did complete the establishment of the board, of the COC by the board. That's where you see the phase 3. We have some revised items, and so we're currently in the process of recruiting. That process will go through February 24th, 2023. That's the deadline for all applications. And then between that time and April, we'll be looking to review and then bring to the board the potential of a slate of candidates that the board may be able to review and make appointments. In phase 4R, depending on exactly when we get those folks, we'll be looking to train them. We'll be looking to create an evaluation system so that we can have metrics and understand the benefits of the group and ensure that we get the group up and ready so that by the end of June, the group is operational. They'll have the requisite information. We'll have the requisite systems in place so that they may be able to take their first potential complaint at the beginning of July. And so this provides an update. The chief and I are available to answer any questions.
Thanks, Doc, and thanks, Chief. Just to be able to piggyback, and also thank you, Lauren. This has been I can probably say a labor of love, and probably a little bit of back and forth if I know the two people in front of me well enough. This is really monumental, I think, for the agency and really for Cleveland from a transit perspective to have this kind of transparency while we're in a good position with the community. And I just wanted to make that statement because that is attributed to these two individuals and a slew of folks that are supporting RTA's initiative. Oftentimes, I've seen this done and created under duress, and this is not the case in our situation. So that speaks volumes. I've had a lot of folks that are very supportive outside of RTA in their C-suites that say, great job, this is a good step, and are looking forward to even applying in some situations. So I'm sure we're going to get a bunch of different applications. Our goal is to give you the best and brightest, I think, recommendations, and then, of course, have you weigh in according to who needs to be put in what position. And at this point, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to discuss it. We just wanted to make sure you were aware of where we were in the process.
I'm looking at the site right now, and I was just see. I don't see where the is there like a monthly obligation, weekly? I'm just saying, yeah. How often are you meeting? How often is this happening?
Yeah. So the expectation will be that we will. It's not there, but it's in the operating procedures that the board would meet every 2 or 3 months. However, the expectation will be that if a complaint comes, that they would meet, at the next closest time so that they can review those complaints in a timely manner. So by fact, we do not have currently a lot of police complaints. So we do have a current process. If someone were to have an issue, they can submit a complaint, and we don't have a lot. We do not know what the Civilian Oversight Committee will bring, and so we haven't committed to a monthly because there may not be a need. But we do have in there that expectation would be that it would be every 2 or 3 months at a minimum, and then the rest would be dependent upon what may be coming through and what they need to review. Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
What was it?
No.
So yeah, can you see?
Sorry.
No code book today, Reverend Lucas. However, if you allow me, I'll pinch hit for you in front of the poll. We've got Mary Beth Feek, our Director of Planning, who will be going over the microtransit pilot. And again, this is one of the hot button items that came out of the June retreat that we had. So we wanted to pick some of the most prominent projects and give you an update. So Mary Beth, go ahead and take it away.
Sure, and this is a really unique program for us. It's a demonstration, a test, a pilot. We're going to evaluate whether it works or not. And I've got some great news. I know that this is what the county looks like. These are the job centers. You can see they're all over, they're concentrated, but they are within our service area, sometimes hard for our people to get to. So what our project is, it's a pilot, so we're testing it. And it's a short-term program to connect our facilities with work sites. It's called a first last mile, which means we're going to pick you up at an RTA facility, a stop, a station, a transit center, and then we're going to take you to the work site. And then we're going to bring you back. And we're partnering with people to do that. What we did, the work site must be in Cuyahoga County, that is our service area. The route is flexible schedule. What we did is just say, hey, you guys tell us. That's a very different approach. We said the RFP, you have to do this, get people to work and back, don't duplicate our service, less than 18 months. You tell us what the route should be, you tell us what the schedule should be, and you figure it out. Which is more like to make them, and we'll pay 50%, but you got to pay the other 50%. Very, very different. A lot of transit agencies across the country have said, this is our area, we're going to take out service, and then we're going to put a microservice or a demand service in. Ours was a very different approach, very flexible. And you'll remember in April, we gave 2 contracts, one to Share Mobility and one to Mayfield Village, Highland Heights. Unfortunately, if you all cover real estate, Progressives is got all of their real estate in Mayfield Village and Highland Heights for sale. They have like 10% coming in. So they withdrew their proposal since most of their employees are no longer going to that work site. So we have another $300,000 available that we will be putting out on the street in the same type of RFP very, very soon. This is the Share Mobility vehicle. They did a lot of analysis for the proposal. They picked to do the Southgate Transit Center. There are 4 to 6 routes coming into Southgate from all over, and then they radiate out. It's a really good place to get people to Solon and around Bedford Heights, Bedford, that whole industrial area. They started service on December 14th. It was a great day. I know you all understood that people got to work because of microtransit on December 14th. They're going to wrap tight. As of last week, they had 123 trips, and we are going to celebrate that very soon. So on February 16th, there'll be a celebration at the Southgate Transit Center, and you'll be invited to that to really celebrate this as our first attempt at microtransit and really evaluate it. So we're excited about that. And this just shows you where the service area and income. You can see the darker the income, the higher, so the lighter weight. And you can see this is where the Southgate Transit Center routes come in and go out. And this is Solon and where it is. So that's where Raptide is. They go around. Raptide actually has 3 facilities in Solon that they're serving. Our evaluation is not going to just be on ridership, cost, and then really delving into the employees. Is this helping you? Can you get to work better? Is this better for you? And then the employers, is your workforce better? Is this helping you get people on time and produce more information and produce whatever you're doing? They do packaging at Raptide. So we're very excited about this. I'm excited to have another proposal coming in. We've asked a lot of people what the highest job centers. We know they're University Circle. We know they're Solon, the west side of Cleveland, and then some other areas further south. So we're hoping to get another proposal in, and I'll see all of you on February 16th. Is there any questions? Are there? Yes.
Just a couple quick questions. How many vehicles are there total? Do you know?
I think they're just running 1 right now. It could be 2.
Okay.
We're waiting to get data. We still haven't gotten our first invoice yet.
Okay.
But
And then I recall us having some conversations around the branding of the vehicles, like how would people know RTA was involved? And I couldn't tell from that vehicle if RTA's logo was on there anywhere.
It is not. We have to work that out too. I mean, it's been up for a month, so we have to work out what that will be. I know in paratransit, you had a long discussion on that.
Yeah. Well, I remember us having a long conversation
Right.
around this one. And so I just want to make sure that in this, we do not advocate RTA's, what am I trying to say? RTA's brandedness, even if it's something that they can add as a stick-on there to show that RTA is a partner, and I think there was another partner. I just think that's important because we're promoting this to our riders. We want them to know this is RTA as well, because I think that'll help with the utilization of it too.
We will work on that. Yes, Reverend. We've had a lot of conversations on what it's going to look like on bus shelters, on bus stops, on the physical layout with Sherwin-Williams. And we're always trying to incorporate commuter advantage and use of that, of our services with their employees. So that's continuing. I think they have like monthly meetings with Sherwin-Williams on that. No, but I see Ms. Birdsong-Terry is coming. She's part of that.
I'm sorry, if you could repeat the question. I was trying to figure out the branding.
Sherwin-Williams, what are conversations with Sherwin-Williams?
Oh, I'm going to do this. I feel rude. About potentially being a proposer for this. So we've had
bus stops and.
Okay, so we're on a different subject.
Yeah, he talked about what our conversations with Sherwin, and I talked about the bus stops and commuter advantage and ongoing conversations.
No problem. So we've had, I apologize for that. I was trying to figure out the branding question. We came up with a little solution, so we'll follow back up with the board on that for wrap tight. To answer your question, Reverend, about Sherwin, we've had a series of meetings with Sherwin-Williams over the past maybe 4 or 5 months with their development folks and also their marketing division and their planning folks as well. So Joel Freilich, Doc Caver, and myself have been and maybe Jeff Macko as well, have been leading those conversations about where are we, RTA, bus stop wise, on the square, in the square downtown, because initially a lot of their requests were to move the bus stops around their development. We're coming to, and Joel, you can definitely hop in as you see fit, but I think we're coming to good negotiation strategy to be able to share in making sure that we're at stops that are at locations that are high traffic, and that also we're not overshadowed by the development of Sherwin-Williams, because we want to make sure that we provide service to their employees and we don't become invisible. And that was our conversation with Sherwin. They're also looking at, and I believe they have talked with the city as well, of different customer amenities at the bus stops to be able to make it more comfortable for customers to be able to wait, whether it's seating, lean bars, that kind of thing. And they've also looked at other transit authorities across the country to be able to improve those bus stops so that we're not just talking about a shanty, give or take, at those stops, and make them more attractive for not only the Sherwin-Williams contingent, but also folks that are just coming in and around the square. Joel?
Yeah, we worked with them during construction because we had to make adjustments for the construction period, which is multi-year, and we're just continuing those relationships, and it's going very, very well. I think they understand that at lunchtime, some of their employees are going to walk right out and take that nonstop service that we offer to Ohio City. You know, on the bus there, it's nonstop to Ohio City. And they're going to go to lunch, and then a whole bunch of them live in that direction. So, and many of them are our current riders. So, because they're already downtown, many of these employees. So, yeah, it's going extremely well. And Jeff Macko's looking at their plans in detail, as he always has been, and we don't have any issues.
I will say one other thing. We have been in additional conversations, myself in particular, with DCA, Downtown Cleveland Alliance, Sherwin, and a few other, K&D, and a few other kind of heavy hitters in downtown property owners, to be able to reimagine, and Doc as well, to be able to reimagine how we play a part in the downtown redevelopment. And so that DCA is taking the lead on looking at potential studies that would feature RTA as a partner to be able to make sure that anything that's done as far as bringing people back to downtown, RTA plays a primary role in how and where we place our transportation, so that we don't have a shuffleboard effect and we're moving our people around, people being customers, from stop to stop, from pick to pick. We want to make sure that we're consistent and we have stability for our customers.
You're welcome, Reverend. Yes.
I do have this is great. I really appreciate you bringing this to us. This is fantastic. I was also wondering if this is something to consider, maybe to parlay this type of program into places like attraction places like the metro parks, because I know we stop at the metro parks, but then there's that family of 4 that has to carry all their towels and bags the rest of the way to the beach. So maybe something like that could have some sort of partnership. I just want to throw it out there, so thank you very much.
I know there's a big effort with trails and recreation for us to tie up to trails, so we can certainly do that, not a problem. Yes?
And is it my understanding that Solon contributed a large quantity of funds in order to see this to fruition, or am I off about that? So if other counties, or not counties, but if other cities wanted to see something like this, that would require, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that would require some buy-in from that city.
50% of it's a $300,000 contract to share, but it's a total of $600,000.
Sure.
So
Okay.
that is being raised by the partners, and Solon has been outstanding in their support for us.
So if we wanted something like that for, say, a Metro Parks, that would require, obviously, the city to pour into those dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The formula, and I don't know if you want to go into just a little bit of the formula, or Doc or Joel, whoever's appropriate, but the formula breakdown for the program is a match program, whereby for example, she said the 300,000, right? We would provide that, for example, and the partner, or the person who's in need, person being the company, would also partner with contributors to be able to make up the other half of that. So if it's a $600,000 pot, we would provide 300, and they would provide the other, and whatever breakdown was amenable to make sure that they got to the end goal of 600K. We contributed or created the opportunity for 600,000 total. So that's why we're able to do 2 projects, and this one is just one, and we're able to solicit and post for another project to be able to hopefully happen as close to simultaneously as possible. Another point, if I could mention, because I think it's important, and that was what I was talking with Natoya about, the branding perspective, is to make sure that we consistently remind our union brothers and sisters that this is a partnership that's in pilot phase. And that was something that I had a good conversation with the legal counsel for the International ATU and president, to be able to explain to them that this is really an innovative way of doing business, whereby the union is not threatened by an outsider contractor doing the work, being the operator and providing the actual vehicle. If this does work, we then work with the union to absorb it into our system. And you almost have a guaranteed ridership. And that's usually the problem that you have from a federal perspective, is because you've got to build it and then they come. But as a planner, and Joel and Mary Beth know this better than anybody, it's frustrating because it usually takes a couple of years to build the ridership, but you still have to be able to justify the cost to provide the service. So this kind of alleviates that stress, and thereby we're able to also work with the union so that they have confidence that they'll have that work if it works. And if it doesn't, no harm, no foul, and we keep moving along until you can find a bona fide partner. So this is a new model that I think will catch national attention, and potentially we will be able to have a good news story at the end of the year that we can actually provide to APTA and others to serve.
And we do have an MOU with our union that says that it won't duplicate service, and it's only 18 months at top. So And that's something new. When we looked or researched these programs across the country, I said, oh, no, it's not a union issue. But it is. But we didn't take away any service. That was the difference between other. So it really is a good model. It's very, very different from anything we've looked at. So
mention ODOT's participation.
Oh, yeah, ODOT funded half of our match. So ODOT OTP2 funds provided our match, and then they're providing the others, whoever our partners are the others. So this is an ODOT OTP2 funded project, just like Baby on Board. We will ask for additional funds this year as well for this to continue it. Also, now that because we're doing a proposal, we can send an RFP out to Metro Parks. We've also had a lot of people interested, a lot of different cities. The Aerozone's interested, the city of Berea, the city of Strongsville, other cities that have large components of industrial properties. So we're working really strongly with them. And there is no cost to our riders. They get on the bus at Southgate and they get on the share vehicle. There's no cost. So with that, I'll just move on to our other process, strategic initiatives. And I'm just going to go briefly. Some of you, people are new here, but before Ms. Birdsong-Terry came on, we had a pause point where Doc was running the agency. And we really needed to take a deep breath and look at where we wanted to be in the next 10 years. So we had a series of studies. We called the pillar studies, if you remember. One was an economic impact study where we identified how much money us running our transit agency and doing our improvements add to the economy of Cuyahoga County. Then we did a fare equity analysis. So we looked, and Joel did a great job looking at our fare structure and what people thought and what they could afford on it. We did a rail car study, which is the preeminent study of where we are now looking to buy new rail cars. We did an efficiency study and operational review with a partner to look at how we run ourselves and how we can be more efficient. And then we did the system redesign study under Joel, which was the next gen, which we rolled out a year later. So as part of the strategic plan, we took all 5 of those studies and we did a framework. And we looked at the results of all those and put them together in a really coalescing them, sort of like it's all in there like spaghetti sauce, and tried to create a strategy for the next 10 years. The key initiatives, after looking at all that, doing a lot of public input and outreach, is these very simple objectives that came out, and these are directly part of our strategic plan. It's to improve, they're very simple, improve where buses go, improve how streets work, improve how our customers pay, passenger safety and comfort, improve that, engage in technology. Remember, this was 3 years ago, so we weren't quite where we are now. Address any funding challenges we have, and then partner with supporting vibrant communities and access to jobs. And I think just from my last presentation, you see we're already doing that. And by changing our mission statement to connecting communities, certainly we're celebrating that. This is what, and I know that you guys aren't planners, you're not gonna really like this product, but this is like the best thing that we're doing. These are our priority 24/7 routes. This is what we in planning are spending our time on. Where can we improve service? These are the 24/7. These are the high density services that we exaggerated and we increased during our next gen. This is what we're looking at. How can we make the passengers, the development, everything better on these routes? It will improve ridership. It will improve development. It will improve people's lives and getting to work and workforce. So the different colors represent what we're doing first and what we're doing last, and then the health line. And it's really important because as you hear about projects, you say, oh, we got a grant to look at this. It comes from this list usually. So let's talk about where buses travel. Next Gen showed, and these goals I will give you a handout, come directly. I know they're kind of wordy, but they come directly from the strategic plan. So make small improvements to show how we can create little improvements that help. One of the best things we've done is Next Gen, by making those improvements along the routes, going from 30 to 15, going from an hour to 30 along those big high frequency corridors. Solon, we added 5 shelters. That's a big deal in downtown Solon. Implementing services that we also, in Solon, we tweaked the 41. So it went by a retail site where people work. So those are examples of how we're doing this every day. And Joel and my staff, they're working together to do this. And then the current funding concept for Next Gen, which that is what we are implementing right now. Spot improvements that we can improve servants while minimizing negative impact. Solon is a good one, but we've done a lot of other ones throughout the system. We executed an MOU on Public Square to make sure the improvements work for us and for the transit system. We're also working with the city, with the county on our corridors, Thrive 105 on 105, Superior, we have the Midway, which is a bikeway through there, as well as the Public Square. Broadway, which you may have heard, we just got a grant, so we're going to look at that for our next corridor. West 25th Street, which is 25 Connects, that will be going into design very soon, and then Lorraine with their bikeway planning. We're always working with the communities, with the county, with the city of Cleveland, with the city of Parma, with whatever city of East Cleveland on Euclid. We're looking at that too. For how customers pay, we've got the app. We've got the app. We celebrated that this summer. We're continuing to install readers, and we're participating in the Neo Ride, which is a local group for statewide for transit that we're participating in to make fare easy between the transit agencies in the state of Ohio. For passenger comfort and safety, we've enhanced our cleaning procedures. That's one of our metrics that we're really tracking. We've done a great job at meeting those needs. Essential workers, we're getting them to work with Next Gen and our microtransit pilots. Providing Next Gen and priority corridors provide that equity service on frequent corridors. And we're looking at that as well on the other priority corridors as we go into the next phase. We're beginning the process of new RTA vehicles. We're looking at that, and you'll soon see that coming before you as we evaluate all of our options. Improving stop amenities, we have the Baby on Board program, which you've heard, which is our program where we've also been funded by the state, OTP2 funds, to install new shelters in areas of high infant mortality in the county, as well as provide bus passes to people that are enrolled in that type of infant mortality program in prenatal programming. So we're working on that. We have the community shelter program that we've looked at improving shelters in Lakewood, on Kinsman, all over the city. And we're also working with Notoria's group on Adopt a Shelter and bringing that into the fold and then bringing that out to everyone. Working with Joel's group on the bus design guidelines of creating a more robust set of guidelines that also keeps in mind that the ODOT's new standards as well as NACTO standards and all the bike and alternate modes of mobility that have come up in the last 3 years. For our zero emissions, we did apply for grants. We didn't get funded last year, but just like baseball, you're always up another time. As far as technology, we've got our Easy Fare app, and we're also establishing regional partners for data management and conducting a 6-month pilot of autonomous micro shuttles. That was on that. We moved that to long-term because our consultant, I think, was just a little aggressive in making this a short-term. Addressing key funding challenges, I'm going to show you some of the grants that we've applied for and what we've got. And we're continuing to get funding from a variety of other funders. Part of connecting the community and meeting social needs is doing things that are different, like infant mortality, like workforce training that we've done. So here's a list of the competitive grants that we were awarded. Competitive means they don't just give them to us because we applied. We had to meet criteria of evaluation, and some of these were very tough to get. So $37.6 million in 1 year isn't bad. And then we also, our vibrant communities, access to job centers. I've talked a lot about Solon, but we're doing that all over the county and the city. We're working with the city of Cleveland very strongly. They have a 15-minute city initiative. We're working with them. We're working with the county who took on planning and zoning of TOD, and we're working with them along the entire county. So we're working with individual communities as well as Shaker Heights. We're doing the Warrensville district. So we're really working hard to create jobs and opportunities for people to ride. And we're evaluating our employee. We will evaluate microtransit, and when we do the onboard, we'll have a really good sense of what people are, where they're going and why they're going there. So we'll have some data that we can really use. And the last one was establish a stakeholder group in Grand Highlands, which we haven't done yet, but we're working with UCI. We're working in Berea, working with the Aerozone, so that'll be the next one that we pull off. As far as what we've done in 2022, now these are all engineering and development projects. I am in that division. Mike is sitting there, he's my boss. So I am going to tell you in explicit detail what we've done. 1.6 million in design projects, which you all awarded, 18.1 million in construction projects, almost 3 million in planning projects, and those are some of mine. Utility agreements that are awarded, which I know seems minor, but it's really difficult to get fiber optic under our tracks, and we're very proud that we were able to get those agreements. It means that we can improve infrastructure and help other cities and county projects go forward. For the projects, and these are just the ones we've completed, Triscuit Garage CNC facility upgrades. I know that sounds boring, but that means that CNG buses can roll out of Triscuit. The whole West Side can now have the newer buses, which couldn't happen before this was done. The viaduct rehabilitation phase, when we painted it, we're fixing the bulkhead. And that's something that is our biggest asset that we have, $22 billion if it ever went down. So we need to keep on that. It takes our trains up over the river and back. A substation on 30th Street, we finished that, and we're doing a substation program, which you'll see coming to you, and know that we have 18 substations that fund, that power our trains, and we are going one by one and rehabilitating all of them. If you've ever been in one, it looked like Leonard Nimoy should be working there. Some of them were so old, and they were just amazing. And then we're doing the overhead catenary system structural rehab phase 1, and that's really important because we have to power our trains. Again, non-engineering, the ambassador program, you heard the chief, we instituted it, 25 Connects plan. We won an International Planning of Excellence Award on that. We have never done that. The US doesn't win UK awards. So that was something that I'm very proud of. We completed the design for the light rail replacement project, which means that our blue and green lines will get a lot smoother and we'll be able to finish that off. We completed all 16 baby on board shelters and improvements, and now we're just working on marketing and fair and getting people to use that. We also completed and submitted a climate action plan, which is required by FTA. For 23, so we're busy in 22. In 23, we still are going to continue our busyness. Rail car replacement, we hope to award a contract. We're going to complete that onboard survey. So we know, we have statistics on our riders that are 2023 and not 2013. Just imagine where you were in 2013 and where you are now. A lot of people have grown up and gone to college. Completion of our light rail station upgrades. We've got funds to upgrade all of the stations along the blue and green line. We hope to get that completed this year. The Baby on Board Fare program will complete at the end of the year, and we'll be able to have some meaningful statistics on how many babies that we saved and how many people used it. We'll be able to evaluate the microtransit program because we'll have 2 operating. We will award our transit access barrier study. This is our persistent poverty grant that we got to really study the barriers to transit and what keeps people in persistent poverty. We're going to be awarding a contract and be able to work through that research then. Begin construction on our 117th Street Bridge that goes between Lakewood and Cleveland, and then the Broadway Avenue FTA planning study. Other initiatives, the BRT on 25th Street will start design. 79th Street Light Rail Station, the blue-green one, we will start our design on that. We will complete the construction of the Waterfront Line Bridge and resume Waterfront Line service for the Brown season. EV chargers, we've got some funded by NOACA and EPA. We will put those in. We award a contract for construction of the Warrensville Van Aken Station in Shaker Heights that we've been working with the Van Aken District. You just heard about how we're reorganizing. We've done the Civilian Oversight Committee, and just last board meeting, you looked at the Community Advisory Committee, and that will be reorganized this year. So that was a lot. And there's a lot more, but I just stopped. So if you have anything else that you want to ask or any questions, please. I'm sorry it took me so long.
Mary Beth, thank you for that. That was a lot to get out, and you did a great job.
Oh, and I do have handouts to give you that is our matrix of what we've done that Doc has been tracking in his group. So I will hand these out on my way out.
Thank you. You read my mind. I was just going to ask you about that.
Ms. Birdsong? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Mayor Weiss had a question back to the microtransit. He asked if we paid a portion for the program. Did we contribute?
Half.
Okay, he's online.
50%.
50%, Mayor.
50%, that's from ODOT.
Yeah, that came from ODOT.
So we have.
But we have a local match in that.
About 750, right? I mean, 75,000 would be our funds.
No, it would be 300. It's a 600. We got 400,000 from ODOT. We have to match that by 20%.
Okay. Okay, he'll follow up.
I'll follow up with them.
Questions, right.
And then next is Jim Rusnoff, and I'll just, transit-oriented development, real estate have traditionally fallen under planning, and that's because we are in the engineering division. We support our new projects, and a lot of our real estate and a lot of our projects and program are very much based on getting a fiber optic easement or buying a piece of land so that we can get access to 79th Street or the Brook Park Rail replacement facility that you just approved. And it's also very FTA regulation restrictions. Look at what we have to do, the excess property inventory, make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed for compliance for FTA. So that's why it lives downstairs, it's supported, and it moved downstairs under the health line when we had to buy 400 parcels of land in a year. And it started there. So what we have now is Jim Rusnoff, and you're going to meet Jim Reed. They're both JR. I call him Reed and Rusnoff because it's easier. And Jim Rusnoff is going to tell you what he's doing, and he's going to introduce to you James Reed, who is a member of the bar, by the way. I'm not allowed to say that too loud. The Ohio bar, not just a bar. And he is, which really puts him well suited for compliance, which is really where his forte is going to be as Jim transcends into being a consultant. So I'm going to call up Jim Rusnoff and Jim Reed, and I'm going to pass these out to you.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Good afternoon, Reverend Lucas, members of the board. I'm Jim Rusnoff, Real Estate Manager. It's my pleasure to present an overview of the property management, real estate initiatives, and TOD goals planned for 2023. With the recent addition of our new property manager, Jim Reed, we intend to expand our internal capabilities in TOD and add certain real estate initiatives while maintaining the capacity to effectively manage the extensive RTA real estate portfolio. First, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Jim Reed, our new property manager. Jim is a native of Northeast Ohio and returns home after a professional detour in Jacksonville. I look forward to working with Jim as we expand our real estate initiatives in 2023. And I'll now ask Jim to take on the unenviable task of presenting his entire professional career in about 2 minutes. Mr. Reed.
President Lucas, members of the board, good afternoon. I want to thank Jim for that wonderful introduction. By way of background, I have extensive experience in commercial brokerage, specializing in multifamily and office investment sales. I have been director of real estate for a large industrial firm, which owned hundreds of facilities in about 8 states and over 10,000 acres of land assets. I've also worked for many years in wireless site development, doing acquisitions and entitlements. I've dealt with the administration of real estate, holdings for something in excess of 20 years now, including analysis, acquisitions, dispositions, and a lot of other issues such as taxes, eminent domain cases, lease management, excess property, and of course negotiating many, many deals. So I'm well prepared to serve as your property manager. And as Jim mentioned, on a personal note, I'm returning to the Cleveland area, having been away for a while. And I'm very happy for that to happen. And this opportunity, of course, has been a catalyst to make that happen. So I feel very, very fortunate to be with this organization at this time. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you and on behalf of all of you.
Thank you, Jim. With Jim now assuming most of the property management responsibilities, I will transition to a role with greater focus on TOD and special projects as directed by the general manager. The transition of these duties is well underway. Our goal is to form a small, coordinated, and efficient real estate group with greater capacity and capability. An administrative support position is the only planned addition. I will assume my new role as Senior Development Manager over the course of the next 30 to 60 days of this transition. What are the initiatives we'd like to advance in 2023? First and foremost, to continue to maintain a high level of service to the entire authority in the management of the existing real estate portfolio. Second, to market and create new TOD opportunities throughout the system. Third, to expand our internal real estate capabilities. And fourth, to be responsive to special projects, requests, and directives from the general manager and from this board. I'll conclude with a brief overview of current TOD projects. I break projects down into two main categories, active and in process. These are the active projects. In addition to the considerable amount of time and effort we're investing in the Van Aken District expansion and the related rail station and busway improvements, there are three active TOD projects. First, the Columbus Road TOD. The developer is finalizing a detailed Phase 1 concept plan for presentation to this board for our February or March meeting. Program details and the development schedule for this multi-use project include residential, commercial, and retail components that will be reviewed in detail at that time. Second, the Cadell West Boulevard Red Line Station residential project. This 60-unit family housing project is proceeding on schedule. The developer will submit their application to the state of Ohio by February 8th for tax credit financing. And a companion application to the City of Cleveland for Home Funds Program financing will also be submitted on a parallel track. Third, the Cordova Loop property residential project. If you recall, we sold the site to a developer in early 2022. The developer submitted plans to the City of Lakewood for review of a multifamily residential project on this small site. The developer spent considerable time attempting to acquire an adjacent property to further define and bring definition to the project size. There are three additional projects in process, but I characterize any TOD project as active only after authorization to proceed has been received from this board. I anticipate requesting that authorization on two of these three pending projects by second or third quarter of this year. A total of 5 active TOD projects for 2023 is an achievable goal. We look forward to moving all 5 forward, as well as introducing new opportunities. I believe there are numerous TOD opportunities yet to be realized, and that our TOD goals will continue to grow. I'm fortunate to have the full support of our general manager. Our investment in new infrastructure, such as the West 25th Street BRT line, along with a major countywide TOD planning effort led on our side by Mary Beth, in coordination with the City of Cleveland and the county, are tangible examples of how we intend to raise the profile of TOD and create those new opportunities. These are but a few of the many initiatives we are undertaking to bring TOD into focus. I look forward to working with the Board of Trustees and the administration to make our TOD goals a reality. I'm pleased to respond to questions.
So to Jim and Jim, just wanted to say thank you. I'm really looking forward to working with both of you on those projects, as well as stakeholders and, of course, the rest of the team. Does anybody have questions for Jim? I know that we are nearing the end. Okay.
Jim has been a great asset to RTA, and we're glad that he's still going to be around. And we welcome the new Jim, and we're looking forward to all of those projects coming into fruition this calendar year.
Thank you, Reverend Lucas. Thanks, Jim. All right, it looks like we're at the conclusion of our day. I'm going to be very short and sweet to make sure that we can get you guys out of here on time. Just want to say thank you first to the board and also to the staff to be able to make this happen, and also to members of the public who are either here in person or streaming in. It's really nice to be able to kind of go through some of the stuff that we don't always have time to deep dive into. If you would be so kind as to leave any of your suggestions with me or Teresa via email, phone call, whatever you feel comfortable with, so that we can continue to make our process better. This is a good practice, I think, of making our meeting at least semi-annual to kind of deep dive into this stuff. So again, thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to catching up with each and every one of you. We're going to try to get you guys back on the calendar with me quarterly, like we did before. Valerie, I'm just going to put you on the calendar. We'll see if you show up. But no, we appreciate everybody for your time, and we hope this was useful for you. Thank you. Yeah, your parting gift.
Yeah,
That's right. Somebody asked for it. I can't remember who. It might have been you. One of the two. Yep. So enjoy it.